The infinite city of the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Meeting an Old Friend. When the car drove onto the highway, Liu Zhuangzi's aunt woke up. She was startled to see so many strangers in front of her. "Zhuangzi, where are we?" Even though she was anxious, her voice was still weak and could be ignored if she wasn't careful. When Liu Zhuangzi heard her words, he quickly calmed her down and told her what had happened before with a happy face. Her aunt Liu Mijuan's brows relaxed more and more as he narrated, and finally she cried with joy when she heard that he was favored by the army in the capital. "That's great, that's great." Liu Mijuan's words were full of relief, and she ignored the pain in her legs. "This way I feel relieved. Even without me, Zhuangzi can live well." Liu Zhuangzi also happily looked forward to the future, saying that his aunt would get good treatment in the future, so she wouldn't have to suffer pain every day. Liu Mijuan smiled as he kept talking, looking at him with a loving look. Unlike Liu Zhuangzi, who had little experience, Qianxuan and Ruanming, who were sitting in front, felt something was wrong. After exchanging a glance, Ruanming said, "Sister, Zhuangzi is lucky to have a relative like you." Liu Mijuan was stunned, as if she was unsure of what the other party meant. Seeing that she did not answer, Ruanming continued, "Some people are left alone in the end of the world. Even if they are strong, their will to survive is weak when they fight, and their survival rate is not as good as some weaker ones. You said that Zhuangzi is lucky to have someone like you who can make him care about him, isn't it?" She did not lie. There was a real example. Liu Mijuan was stunned by the deception, and her thoughts were somewhat shaken. "Yes." Seeing that it was effective, Qianxuan continued, "Last time I heard that there was a person whose grandmother felt that she was a burden to him and secretly sought death. After that, he was confused and did not hide from the zombies and died in vain." Liu Mijuan was shocked and hesitated. "That person can't be blamed for committing suicide." Ruanming sighed. "He was raised by his grandmother alone since he was a child, and they have a deep affection for each other, so it's understandable." Qianxuan pretended to nod with deep emotion. Seeing that Liu Mijuan's expression was even more hesitant, Qianxuan and Ruanming used the cover of the chairs to make an okay gesture with their fingers. On this side, Liu Mijuan's heart was in chaos. In her opinion, even in peacetime, losing both legs would be a huge burden, not to mention such a chaotic time now. But listening to what these two people from the capital said, it seems that, if she is not here, Zhuangzi will be more likely to lose his life. Seeing that Liu Mijuan still did not give up her original plan to give up her life, Qianxuan thought about it and gave her a strong dose of medicine. "And for a situation like yours, it is most appropriate to join our army." Seeing that the other party's attention was drawn to him, Qianxuan continued, "There are many people with superpowers in our army, including precious people with light superpowers. Although it is not yet a big deal, after a few years of evolution to a high level, it will definitely allow your limbs to regenerate." It's not that she lied. The 8th level light magic god's blessing can do it. Liu Mijuan was shocked and stammered, How is it possible? Limbs, regeneration." The sentence was intermittent. Contrary to Liu Mijuan's suspicion, Liu Zhuangzi was very excited, his eyes sparkling. After all, he himself is a superpower, and he knows the magic of superpowers very well. Faced with Liu Mijuan's disbelief, Qianxuan just asked back lightly, "Even zombies have appeared. What else is impossible?" Liu Mijuan was stunned and silent for a long time. Looking up again, the original determination in her eyes faded, and a faint hope rose. But thinking that she still has to wait for a few years, is she going to let Zhuangzi be dragged down by her for a few years? Seeing that she was still wavering, Qianxuan probably guessed what she was thinking and helped her to the end. "And in the past few years, sister, you can go to the logistics group to help, and you can get corresponding contribution points. It can be used to exchange for supplies and brain cores." Liu Mijuan hesitated. "What can I do to help now? Having lost her legs, she would be a useless person." "A lot." Qianxuan gave a few examples. You can do simple tasks like registration, sweeping, and tidying up while sitting in a wheelchair. Many of our family members have chosen to go to the logistics corps, and you can communicate with them more at that time. Hearing that she could still do something to help Zhuangzi, Liu Mijuan's desire to die immediately disappeared without a trace. After all, emotionally speaking, she still couldn't bear to leave Zhuangzi. Finally, Liu Mijuan's original idea was dispelled, and Qianxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She tried her best to save Liu Mijuan's life, not because she was so kind. If doing so today would threaten the interests of herself and her relatives and friends, she would probably give up without hesitation. Everything is excessive. She can ignore the struggles of others and live selfishly when it may endanger herself, but she does not reject helping people she likes when it does not endanger herself and is just a piece of cake. She is even happy to do it. It's like she has put a balanced scale in her heart, not doing evil or small good. In the final analysis, it was just her hypocrisy that deceived herself. Just to survive and to protect her relatives and friends, she does not feel ashamed, but is happy to do it. This time, she doesn't want to lose again. Because this mission did not involve fighting with the dead, the round trip time was less than Qianxuan expected. Originally, she expected to go home at 4 o'clock at the earliest, but in fact, she was standing in the mission release room again before 3 o'clock. Liu Jian and Liu Jianing, brother and sister, reunited in the mission release room. They excitedly talked about their experiences after the apocalypse, and hugged each other, and cried for their mother who became a zombie. After calming down a little, Liu Jian walked towards the benefactor in his sister's mouth. Just seeing the person standing over there, Liu Jian stood at attention reflexively and saluted. "Hello, Major." Qianxuan was startled by the long-lost salute, and returned the salute in a daze, wondering, "Are you, or Thorn?" She was deeply impressed by his flat head that was as hard as a brush. "Yes, yes." Liu Jian looked excited, and his eyes were full of surprise at the reunion. "I heard from Fizi and others that you were also there, Major, and I was planning to go find you one day. I didn't expect the Major to accept my mission." "Brother?" Liu Jianing pulled Liu Jian. "Do you know each other?" His eyes were full of gossip. Liu Jian scratched his head. "The Major is the daughter of our general, who is now the corps commander. The Major was in charge of me when I was a new recruit. Why haven't you changed this stupid behavior?" Seeing him scratching his head, Qianxuan seemed to be back to teasing as before. "I have been trained by you for this, and I can't react for a while." Liu Jian didn't care. Qianxuan also remembered what happened at that time. Every time during the ambush training, the troublemaker couldn't stay at the ambush site and couldn't help sticking his head out. Because the environment at that time was a forest with many insects and ants, her mood was usually very bad. She was very poisonous when she was angry, and what she said was very impolite. To the troublemaker, it was like, "If you stick your head out again, I will pick it like a durian. Do you think that your hair is as hard as thorns? The enemy will treat your head as a hedgehog? Or you stick your head out so often? Do you think I have less balls to kick?" The irony is endless. When the troublemaker was scolded by her like this, he couldn't help scratching his head, and later it became a habit to scratch his head whenever he saw her. Liu Jianing was surprised to hear Qianxuan's identity. She didn't expect that this beautiful woman was the daughter of the Legion commander, and as the daughter of the Legion commander, she actually had to come out to do the mission. Liu Jianing herself is a strong and independent woman. After being surprised by Qianxuan's identity, she admired her. You know, not everyone is willing to work hard when they can have a good life, even if they do nothing, not to mention that she is a woman. Later, when Liu Jianing learned that all men, women, old and young of the Wu family participated in the mission, she admired the entire Wu family very much. She believed that Yingxing Khan was the best legion, and was devoted to it. Of course, those are all later stories. On this side, Qianxuan and Liu Jian had a very pleasant conversation, and they also mentioned that they would get together when they were free. After giving the 50 kilograms of rice to Qianxuan after the mission was completed, Liu Jian wanted to give them 10 kilograms of rice more, because he was grateful for saving Liu Jianing, but Qianxuan refused. She herself did not need that 10 kilograms of food, but for Liu Jian, that was a lot of food that she had to save for a long time. Chapter 27. Qianxuan is injured. After saying goodbye to the troublemaker, Qianxuan took Liu Zhuangzi to her third brother. Sure enough, when the third brother heard about Liu Zhuangzi's ability, his eyes flashed, and he was obviously looking forward to the effect of this ability. Because Liu Mijuan's injury needed professional treatment, Qianxuan and others accompanied Liu Zhuangzi to send Liu Mijuan to the medical room of the logistics regiment. Liu Zhuangzi was left to take care of her aunt, and Qianxuan was relieved when she came out of the medical room. Although she didn't do anything on this day, she spent a lot of energy. Although meeting an old friend made her feel good, she had a conflicting feeling in her heart that she wanted to recall the past, but didn't dare to. But before she walked out of the medical room for a long time, she saw a group of miserable and embarrassed soldiers in front of her carrying a stretcher and running hurriedly. Maybe someone was injured during the mission again. Everyone looked curiously. Qianxuan originally just glanced at the stretcher casually, but she was startled. Fifth brother? Even though the man lying on the stretcher was torn all over and his face was covered with blood, Qianxuan still recognized him. Qianxuan hurriedly grabbed a soldier and asked, "What happened? How did the fifth brother become like this?" The soldier who was grabbed was called Zhang Xiang. He was anxious and was caught off guard. When he was grabbed, he turned around and wanted to curse. But when he heard the other party's name, he quickly held back the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth and tried to answer in a friendly manner. "We encountered a second level zombie and several brothers died. The captain risked his life to seriously injure the zombie, so we had a chance to escape back. But the captain was seriously injured and was unconscious all the way." If he guessed correctly, this was the only girl in the Wu family, the beloved sister of their legion commander. He didn't dare to offend her, and then the new and old commanders would have to give him a head of the table. But he didn't know how distorted his expression, which was half fierce and half kind, was now. Fortunately, Qianxuan was worried and didn't pay attention to his expression at this time, otherwise he would definitely be scared. Except for Dongzi and Xiaomu, who didn't know Qianxuan, everyone else began to worry. Dongzi, Qianxuan hurriedly ordered, "Hurry up and find the head of the logistics regiment. The head of the 7th regiment is seriously injured and unconscious." Dongzi knew the seriousness of the matter, nodded and went to do the work. Qianxuan and others followed the group of soldiers into the medical room and watched the doctor instruct the nurse to clean up the fifth brother. It's not that she didn't want to use alchemical potions, but she just used her mental power to explore that none of his fifth brother's limbs and ribs were good, and his internal organs were also slightly ruptured. Alchemical potions can't set bones, and Sadia's alchemical potions are mostly aimed at magic and fighting spirit, as well as external injuries. For this kind of internal injuries, except for the purification potion in the god level potion, there is no significant effect. So at this time, she can only rely on the medical skills of her fourth uncle and these doctors. These doctors have good professional qualities, and they are all from the original hospital of the fifth uncle. Naturally, they will do their best for the son of the dean. Here, Wu Wanyan, who received the news, hurried over. At first, he heard that his son was injured, and he still felt unbelievable. It's not that he was too fragile to accept it, but his son used to be a war photographer, and he would go wherever there was danger. The family was worried at first, but later they saw that he was alive and well. But now, not long after the end of the world, he was seriously injured. When Wu Wanyan arrived, he took over the case report and replaced the original doctor to perform the operation. It was estimated that the operation would take a long time, so Qianxuan asked the children to go back and rest first. However, Lu Zhi and Yizhen didn't want to leave, so they stayed. Less than half an hour after the operation started, fourth Aunt Zuchan also rushed over. Seeing her anxious face, Qianxuan didn't say hello to her. One after another, except for a few people who had things to do and couldn't leave, everyone else rushed over one after another. After another 3 hours, the servants at home saw that they didn't go back to eat, so they sent dinner in a lunchbox. Everyone was not in the mood to eat, but considering the age of Wu Yuan and Liu Yan, in order to persuade them to eat more, they also ate a tasteless meal. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the family members rushed over. The operation was not over yet, so everyone persuaded the two elderly people to go home and rest. With everyone's anxious mood, when the time was about to reach 12 o'clock, the lights in the operating room went out, and the door opened. First, the nurses came out one by one to pack up the surgical tools. After 5 minutes, Wu Wanyan and 2 assistant doctors followed. Facing the silent inquiries of the crowd, Wu Wanyan took off his mask and showed a happy smile. The operation was successful. The hearts that everyone had been holding were finally put down. What happened? As soon as he relaxed, Zhu Chun began to investigate. How could we encounter a second level zombie? Why didn't the reconnaissance team find it before? Nowadays, before the Legion goes out on a collective mission, the scouts will explore the road first. Qianming sighed. I asked the previous reconnaissance team. At that time, there was a supernatural being in their group who had clairaudience and could hear all movements within a kilometer. For some reason, that supernatural being didn't notice its movement at all. We guess that the supernatural being was cunning and deliberately didn't make any noise. How is that possible? Lion Sheng Sheng objected. Are you sure you are talking about a zombie, not a cunning human? Others also felt that the zombie seemed too smart and it didn't make sense. After all, according to their speculation, zombies will evolve to the 3rd level, 4th level, or even higher in the future. They also predicted that the IQ of zombies will become higher and higher, but if the 2nd level zombies have such a high IQ, will humans still be able to survive in the future? Third brother, could it be that the zombie has just evolved, or just came from somewhere else? Qianxuan proposed 2 possibilities. Others thought these 2 possibilities were more reliable and nodded. Qianming couldn't explain it clearly, but that 2nd level zombie has been locked up in that juice processing factory. It's impossible for it to come from somewhere else. As for what you said about it just evolving, it's even more impossible. Zombies evolve by eating human flesh and blood, and it's very fast. It takes no more than half an hour to evolve. And our reconnaissance team didn't find any humans in the factory at that time. That's why they made that unreliable guess. Everyone was silent. Indeed, things always seem to be weird. We can only wait for Qianxuan to wake up and see if we can ask for clues. Then when will the 5th brother wake up? Asked the 3rd brother. Wu Wanyan was much more relaxed at this time because of the success of the operation. At the earliest tomorrow morning. But I suspect that he has awakened his superpowers and may be in a coma for a longer period of time. Hearing that Qianxuan might awaken his superpowers, everyone was surprised and many people envied him. After all, superpowers can be very useful once they are awakened, but magic and fighting spirit require accumulation over time. Up to now, except for a few people with top magic talents and top fighting spirit talents, others have not even reached the 1st level. At this time, Qianxuan was pushed out of the operating room by the nurse, and everyone followed him into the ward. After the nurse left, Qianxuan threw 2 light blessings at the 3rd brother, and the white light passed, and the 3rd brother's complexion became much rosier. Zhu Chun, who was originally distressed to see his son's pale face, also felt relieved. Finally, seeing that it was too late, and it was not a good idea for a large group of people to stay here, everyone went back to rest, leaving Zhu Chun, who was worried, to accompany him. In the night, Qianxuan and Ruanming walked side by side at the end. Zuan, Qianxuan is so powerful, but he almost died in the capital. Is your 2nd brother really okay in S City alone? Seeing the seriously injured Qianxuan, the strong Ruanming was rarely fragile, thinking of her husband who was separated from her. It was dark, and Qianxuan could not see the expression of the 2nd sister-in-law at this time, but she could guess. Don't worry, Big Brother and his troops are also in S City. In this situation, he will definitely go to meet up with 2nd brother. With Big Brother around, 2nd brother will be fine. It's not that she wasn't worried, but compared to worrying, she trusted Big Brother more. From childhood to adulthood, Big Brother has never let her down. Ruanming didn't speak because she couldn't see her expression clearly. Qianxuan didn't know if she felt relieved. It's just that her steps seem to be a little lighter, which should not be her illusion. Back home, everyone was tired after a day and didn't have the energy to be polite, so they all went back to their rooms to rest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Each Other's Thoughts. After returning to the room and taking a comfortable hot bath, Qianxuan put on her nightgown, turned off the lights, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Qianxuan opened her eyes angrily. She was obviously very tired, but she felt her mind was in a mess and couldn't fall asleep. With a thought, she appeared in the inheritance world. After completing the daily routine training that she had planned to do tomorrow morning, Qianxuan lay breathlessly on the grass in front of Zuha. She had just shot 1,000 arrows continuously, making her sweat all over. If it were before, she would definitely be eager to take a shower immediately because she was a little obsessed with cleanliness. But now, even she herself didn't know why. She didn't want to do anything, just wanted to lie quietly like this. A kind of fatigue kept invading her from the bottom of her heart, making her want to stay like this forever. Meteor showers, zombies, climate, magnetic fields, and now dangerous second level zombies have appeared. First, the 6th uncle, then the 5th brother, were all injured because of this. Her current mood, fear, worry, anger, all of them, but it seems to be more than that. Empty, with no destination, invisible, intangible. She wanted to see clearly, but seemed to refuse to see clearly. She knew that the end of the world would only become more and more dangerous, and now was just the beginning. Compared with those survivors who were still fleeing to the shelter, she and most of her relatives and friends were much luckier. Although she was worried about the members of the 8 clans outside, she had some confidence. Because she knew that the people of the 8 clans were not really simple. The capital government was able to plot and kill so many clansmen before, more because they underestimated the other party's meanness and were not prepared, plus many other reasons. Even if the end of the world is difficult, this visible suffering cannot crush those brothers and sisters. But, is that person okay now? Where is the only man she has ever loved? Now that she thinks about it, the unforgettable and heart-wrenching love for her may have always been a one-man show. What else does she know besides his name, and knowing that he is 4 years older than her? At that time, when she was 16 years old, had she ever really been loved? She was innocent, simple, outspoken, and optimistic to the point of being unimaginable. Now it seems that there was nothing about her that was worthy of his love. At that time, she felt that the strong love that she saw in his eyes was probably just an illusion she imagined. It had been 10 years, and she could no longer remember what he looked like, and he probably had forgotten her. All kinds of confused thoughts rolled in her mind, and gradually, she felt sleepy. She curled up her body on the grass and fell into a dream in a daze. At this time, in a house in country Yi, far away from the capital, watching his companions fall asleep due to exhaustion from being chased by zombies before, the man couldn't fall asleep. After a while, he tiptoed out of the room and sat down in front of the French window. With the soft moonlight, the man's appearance that had been hidden in the dark was revealed. Undoubtedly, this man is very attractive. His face was as handsome as the moon, but his temperament was as fierce and unruly as a cheetah. The two different characteristics appeared in him at the same time, but they were strangely soft, forming a unique charm. Although he was sitting at this time, from his long and strong legs, it can be guessed that his height must be no less than 190. The man took out an exquisite locket from his arms and opened it carefully. There was a photo embedded in the box. The photo showed a beautiful girl holding a bitten apple in her hand, with a bulging mouth and wide eyes, as if she was scared, like a cute little hamster. A closer look showed that the girl in the photo was actually Qianxuan, but she was a little more childish than now, and her hair and eyes were still black. The man raised the locket to his mouth and kissed the girl in the photo with piety. His eyes were incredibly soft, as if he was not facing a photo, but a real person. Behind the man, at the stairs, a petite woman was hiding there. Her face was very beautiful, but now it was distorted by jealousy and resentment, which was very scary. As if he had discovered the woman's presence, the man's originally gentle eyes turned cold, returning to their original coldness and unpredictability. He seemed to want to get up and drive the woman away, but he seemed to remember something and gave up his original idea. The man's eyes turned to the dark night outside the window again. His eyes were empty, as if he could see very far away. Unconsciously, his two thin lips opened and closed, whispering silently, Qianxuan. Although no sound was made, it seemed that he heard longing, worry, and deep love. Qianxuan climbed up from the grass in a daze, her thoughts a little confused. She seemed to hear that person calling her name, shaking her head to get rid of the previous unreasonable illusion. She must have been confused in her sleep. Feeling sticky on her body, she immediately remembered that she seemed to have not taken a shower before, and she immediately fell into a hot spring with her clothes on. After taking off her wet clothes, Qianxuan soaked for 2 hours, even washing her head. Her skin was wrinkled, and she lazily crawled out and changed into clean clothes. After calculating the time, she found that it was not yet morning outside. Qianxuan teleported to the mouth of a valley. Along the gravel path, Qianxuan slowly came to a huge milky white pool. In the center of the pool stood a white cocoon more than 10 meters high. The white cocoon vibrated slightly, swallowing and spitting out the lotion in the pool like breathing. As if sensing Qianxuan's arrival, the vibration of the white cocoon became violent, and excitement came from Qianxuan's mind again and again. Patian. Qianxuan couldn't help crying and calling softly. Hearing her voice, the white cocoon slowly returned to its original vibration frequency, as if it was comforted. The excitement in her mind also slowly calmed down, replaced by longing, joy, and a little grievance and loneliness. Feeling the faint grievance and loneliness in her heart, Qianxuan, who had been hesitating whether to come here, was full of guilt. I'm sorry, Patian, my dearest partner. As if he felt her apology, Patian's response was a touch of comfort. Patian is a moon-dwelling beast of the extinct god-level magic beast of Sadia. He is the contracted beast of Nonado. He has been with her since she started learning magic and is her closest friend. After Nonado was cursed by Orina, many enemies who were intimidated by her strength wanted her life. Because the inheritance realm could not be exposed, it was Patian who protected her all the way. However, due to continuous battles with powerful enemies, Patian's magic core cracked, and she was sent to the inheritance realm to recuperate. Because the magic core is the foundation of the magic beast, even with the reversal fruit of the creation spirit and the life lotion, Patian has not really recovered yet. Nonado used to visit her every day, but Qianxuan didn't know why she was always hesitant about whether to visit Patian. When she really saw Patian, Qianxuan's heart softened involuntarily, and she felt that she was very hateful before. Patian, you have to get better soon. Qianxuan looked at the white cocoon in the pool tenderly. We still have to fight side by side. Hearing Qianxuan's words, Patian was very anxious, as if he was afraid that Qianxuan would abandon it. Don't worry, Qianxuan comforted softly. No matter in the past, now, or in the unknown future, I will not abandon Patian. Only Patian and I are connected in soul, and we will never be separated. As if he had received a satisfactory answer, Patian's mood slowly calmed down, and then fell into a deep sleep. Even though Patian was asleep, Qianxuan still stood for a long time before leaving. When she came out of the inheritance realm, it was still a little after 4 o'clock, and the sky was still very dim. Qianxuan did not turn on the light, she just sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Her eyes were out of focus, and her mind was blank. It was not until she felt a slight sting in her eyes that Qianxuan came back to her senses from her previous trance and found that it was already bright, so she quickly got up and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Qianxuan felt that she was inexplicably fragile before, but she didn't know why. Unable to figure it out, she could only put it aside for the time being. Arriving in the dining room, she greeted her third brother who was sitting at the table, and then Qianxuan picked up the breakfast brought to her by the servant and started eating. After breakfast, she asked her third brother, and learned that he also planned to visit his fifth brother, so Qianxuan suggested that they go together. Chapter 29, The appearance of superpowered zombies. Because it was still early, the medical room was very quiet. When Qianxuan and Qianming entered Qianan's ward, the sound of the door opening woke up Zuchun, who was sleeping lightly. Seeing that it was them coming in, he said softly, "You are here. Fourth aunt, I will take care of fifth brother, you go back and rest." Seeing the fatigue on fourth aunt's face, that could not be hidden, Qianxuan made a suggestion. "No need," Zuchun refused without thinking. "I can't rest until I see Qianan wake up." Seeing Zuchun's insistence, Qianxuan compromised, "Then wait for fifth brother to wake up, and you will go to rest immediately." Seeing Qianxuan's tough attitude, Zuchun reluctantly agreed. This wait lasted for several hours. During this time, the servants at home brought breakfast to Zuchun, but she only ate 2 bites and put it down. Many people came to see Qianming one after another, but because they had something to do, and Qianan didn't wake up, they left after not staying for long. When it was almost time for dinner, Qianan woke up in the expectation of several people. Zuchun reacted the fastest and immediately poured a cup of warm water to feed him. After moistening his dry throat, Qianyun quickly asked, "Did those people I brought escape back?" Zuchun didn't understand. She only cared about her son yesterday, so she didn't have the energy to pay attention to other things. It was Qianming who answered his question. "Don't worry, except for a few who were killed by zombies on the spot, everyone else is fine. Although a few were seriously injured, they are nothing compared to you." Hearing that his subordinates had successfully escaped, Qianyun's mood also relaxed, and then he thought of another important thing. "By the way, I have something to report." He became a little excited and wanted to sit up. Qianzuan was quick to push him back. "Fifth brother, you can't move now, otherwise you will definitely get hurt." Qianyun realized his current situation and said embarrassedly, I know, wasn't I too excited?" Afraid that Qianzuan would continue to ask more, he quickly continued the previous topic. "In the process of fighting the second level zombie we encountered, I found that the zombie had superpowers." Qianzuan and Qianming looked shocked, and then solemn. Zuchun on the side also realized the importance of the matter. The three of them stared at Qianyun and motioned him to continue. Qianyun did not keep the secret and began to talk about his discovery. "At first, I was just surprised that the reconnaissance team did not find the second level zombie in advance until my superpower awakened during the battle. The superpower I awakened is to see the opponent's movement trajectory in the next second. At that time, I could see the movement trajectory of my teammates in the next second, but I could not see the zombies. At first, I thought that the zombie's superpower was similar to invalidation, but later I found that my superpower was not completely invalidated against it, but sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. Thinking about the situation of the reconnaissance team, I guessed that the zombie's superpower was interference." Qianxuan was shocked by his next words, before he had time to be happy about the specialness of the superpower awakened by the fifth brother. "Interference? You mean that zombie can interfere with the use of superpowers by superpowers?" Even though he already knew the various superpowers, Qianxuan was still surprised that there was such a superpower. Now that zombie can only make the fifth brother superpower work sometimes and sometimes not, then when it evolves to a high level, can it change the object of the superpower? Qianzuan couldn't help but shudder at the thought that in the future, the superpowers of the superpower users on their side might harm their own people. That would explain the mistakes made by the reconnaissance team. Qianming thought, it seems that the reconnaissance team can't rely too much on the detection of superpower users in the future. It also needs to conduct regular detection. Only by taking 2 approaches can we ensure the correctness of the situation. Qianzuan didn't care about the reconnaissance team at all. She was now completely frightened by her previous guess. She suggested, "Third brother, this zombie can't be left." Then she repeated her guess. Although Qianming thought it might be a bit exaggerated, the zombies had appeared, so what was impossible? Just take it as a precaution against future troubles. Since it has been decided to eliminate the second level zombie, then we have to consider the candidate. Qianyun wanted to avenge himself, but considering his injuries, Qianzuan and Qianming jointly suppressed him. Of course, if Zhu-chan hadn't been crying, he wouldn't have compromised so easily. Qianxuan considered whether to send out the entire special team, but the idea just flashed through her mind and she rejected it. After all, most of the people who can be regarded as combat power in the team are superpowers, and they have no advantage against the zombie. In the end, it was Qianming who made the decision and let the two of them go. The reason why they did not choose more people was that they did not want to have unnecessary sacrifices, and secondly, the magic and fighting spirit levels of everyone were too low, and superpowers would be greatly restricted in this battle. Originally, according to Qianxuan's idea, she could go alone. But Qianming was really worried. According to his idea, even if Qianxuan succeeded in killing the zombie, she would be injured to some extent, and he could help her to be the driver again. He thought that, even if he could not help, he could protect himself to some extent, and would not drag Qianxuan down. The two agreed to set off tomorrow morning, after they had rested, and Qianxuan went back with the fourth aunt. She originally wanted to stay and take care of the fifth brother, but he refused, and only asked her to go back to prepare for tomorrow. Qianxuan saw that the nurses in the medical room were taking very good care of her, and she didn't insist, because she might not be able to make it. After returning home, Qianxuan had dinner with her fourth aunt, and then went to find her fifth uncle. In the past few days, the family has been so busy that they can't even get together for dinner. Like today, besides her grandparents who have always been at home, there were only her and her fourth aunt eating at home. When Qianxuan arrived at her fifth uncle's office, he was reading documents while eating. He is the busiest person in the family now. Although he doesn't go on missions very often, he has to keep an eye on the newly established Silver Star Air Force Regiment every day. Once he finds a problem there, he has to find a way to solve it. Seeing Qianxuan coming, Wu once put down the documents at hand and finished the remaining half of the meal in just 5 minutes. Zuan, why are you here? What happened to the special team? Wu Wanhao took out a tissue and wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. No, Qianxuan quickly clarified. Today I want to discuss with Uncle Wu about passing on the cultivation methods of magic and fighting spirit to people outside the 8 clans. Wu Wanhao frowned. Zuangsun, it's not that Uncle Wu wants to keep it to himself. In today's world, we should strive to increase the survival rate of humans. But compared to zombies, humans who are good at scheming are a greater threat to us. If we spread the cultivation methods, the news that we have cultivation methods different from superpowers will inevitably leak out. Even if we are selfless and open, not to mention that someone will use these cultivation methods to become stronger and turn against us, more people will think that we will keep the better ones for ourselves. At that time, all kinds of temptations, targeting, and even spies will emerge one after another. Uncle Wu, I know all this. She is not an ignorant little girl. If she hadn't considered the power relationship, she would not have rashly had such an idea. It's just that, if the news can be completely avoided from being leaked, all the problems you mentioned will be solved. Wu Wanhao was surprised. Are you serious? He immediately thought that, if everyone in Silver Star Sky could start to practice magic and fighting spirit, the strength of the Silver Star Air Force Corps would be taken to a higher level. Qianxuan nodded. There is a magic contract that can do it. In Sadia, the methods of practicing magic and fighting spirit are not everywhere. Most of the secrets are in the hands of the royal family and nobles. Some people born in civilian places with talent have only 2 ways to go. Either they can enter the Imperial College, but the cultivation secrets obtained in that way are usually some medium to low level ones. To obtain advanced, or even top level cultivation secrets, you need to choose a vassal noble. In order not to be betrayed, and to prevent their own secrets from being spread, the nobles need to use magic contracts as a guarantee. Each family has its own magic contract, and the punishment for violating it is also different. Some can be exploited, of course. That kind of situation is mostly small families. The magic contract of the Zuofan family is very special. As long as the contractor has the idea of betraying or leaking the family secrets in his mind, his brain will be stinging. However, this is actually just a kind reminder, and it is not too harmful to the human body. It is mainly to help the contractor wake up from the mental control of the necromancer. If the contractor wants to betray on his own initiative, the power of the contract will take away the talent in the contractor's bloodline. This means that the contractor who betrays not only loses his talent, but also his descendants in the next 3 generations will not have the talent of magic or fighting spirit. However, don't think that you will be fine after losing your talent. If you still have the intention of betraying, the magic contract will wash away all your memories. Chapter 30 The Third Brother with Capital. Unlike other families' magic contracts that often cost lives, Xuefan family's magic contracts are very humane. Moreover, as long as the contractor has no second thoughts, magic contracts are not without benefits. When encountering similar mental attacks, magic contracts can give timely reminders. And during normal practice, magic contracts can increase the contractor's elemental affinity in small amounts. Listening to Qianxuan's narration bit by bit, Wu Wance's eyes became brighter and brighter. But he still had some concerns. Even if they can't reveal the practice method, their usual words will still make people guess. Qianxuan also thought about this, but fifth uncle, nothing can be perfect. We can make them careful in their words, but sooner or later they will be negligent. And after they practice, they can't hide and don't come out, which goes against our original intention. What we can do is to make Yingxing Kang stronger and stronger, so strong that it can ignore all conspiracies and tricks. Wu Wance smiled. It's me who is obsessed with appearance, forgetting that it is mediocre. If you are not envied, the recent temptations with various forces have made his mentality a little biased. After that, they discussed the follow-up of the matter. It was agreed that after she returned from this mission, a major reform of the entire army would be carried out. After coming out of the fifth uncle's office, Qianxuan came to the guest room belonging to Dongzi and Xiaomu. This time was different from the last time. Anan and others went to the logistics group to help, and only Dongzi and Xiaomu were there. Qianxuan did not beat around the bush, and directly told them in detail about the practice of magic and fighting spirit, and did not hide the matter about the magic contract. Compared with Xiaomu, Dongzi was in a very high mood, since he found that he could not improve his superpowers by absorbing brain cores like Xiaomu. Although he did not say it, he was actually very disappointed in his heart. In fact, because of his precocity, he began to despair faintly. He knew very well how important a person's strength was in the future world. Weakness is a sin. This has always been the truth. Now that he knew that the superpower he thought was actually magic, he accepted it very easily. In his opinion, it didn't matter what kind of power it was, as long as it could make him stronger. As for the magic contract, he didn't feel anything. He didn't feel insulted or lost his freedom. Deep down, he is a person with a strong sense of self-esteem, which led to him never thinking of betrayal after making the choice. In this case, the so-called magic contract does not matter to him, but can get some benefits. Dongzi has no objection, and Xiaomu, who has always followed his lead, will have even less objection. Qianxuan first tested the talents of the two people. The results showed that Dongzi had the top-level magic talent of the wind system and the low-level fighting spirit talent of the fire attribute. Xiaomu had no magic talent and the high-level fighting spirit talent of the water system. After the test, Qianxuan took out 2 more magic contracts. Dongzi took it and bit his finger without any hesitation, dripping blood. The contract turned into a golden light and drilled into his body. Seeing Dongzi did it, Xiaomu followed without hesitation. Next, Qianxuan left the cultivation secrets suitable for them and told them to seize the time to practice in the 2 days without tasks. Just as he was about to leave, Dongzi stopped her. Qianxuan looked at him with a puzzled look. Is there anything else? Dongzi was a little embarrassed. Can Anan and the others practice as well? Don't worry, they will definitely sign the contract. He felt a little greedy, but he couldn't help asking. Although he felt that he could protect his younger brothers and sisters, sometimes he would be safer if he became stronger, and he did not ignore the desire in their eyes when he awakened his superpowers. Qianxuan didn't care. You just practiced earlier than others. After I complete the mission and come back in 2 days, all members of Silver Star will start practicing. However, you two just need to know this news. Don't leak it out in advance. Hearing Qianxuan say this, Dongzi immediately smiled, and even the obedient Xiaomu was happy. Next, Qianxuan found other members of the special team and told them that she would go on a mission alone next so they could relax for 2 days. Qianxuan felt a little helpless about the special team having to take a vacation just 2 days after its establishment, but she had to do it. After finishing all the things to do before departure, Qianxuan returned to her room and began to prepare for tomorrow's mission. The next day, at dawn, Qianxuan and Qianming had breakfast and set off. This time, Qianxuan abandoned the commercial vehicle she had used for the previous 2 days and chose a military jeep from the garage instead. Qianxuan was still not the one driving this time, but she didn't care. Anyway, his driving skills were average, and he wasn't a car fan, so he could be lazy if he could. For today's mission, neither of them wore casual clothes, but wore the uniform of Silver Star. Qianxuan's Kangxi still stayed quietly on her thigh in an inconspicuous two-handed dagger state, and Qianming had 12 thin silver flying knives inserted on his waist. That was his weapon. His ability was to control objects, and flying knives were suitable for him. Qianxuan rarely saw her third brother like this. Usually, he always wore casual clothes and dragged flip-flops around the house, and the overall feeling he gave people was 3 words: not serious. Now he is wearing a very picky uniform, but it doesn't give people any feeling of mismatch. The laziness in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows is still there, but his eyes are very calm, without the previous playfulness, giving people a feeling of being ready to go. Because of the 8 clan's genetic trait of looking young, he looked younger than 30, even though he was 37 years old. Qianxuan found that her third brother still had a lot of potential. Feeling that Qianxuan's eyes were always looking at him, Qianming turned to look at her without knowing what to say. Qianxuan felt guilty, afraid that her third brother would know her complaints, so she quickly smiled at him in a flattering way. Embarrassing, aren't you trying to cover up the truth? Qianming narrowed his eyes. Judging from the flattering look, the little girl must have been criticizing him just now. If it were in the past, he would definitely tease her, but today he let her go. Qianxuan didn't know that she was lucky enough to escape a disaster. The car drove out of the city, and seeing the scene outside, Qianxuan frowned. Third brother, why are there not fewer survivors outside the city? In fact, she saw that there was an increase. Now many shelters are short of food, short of safety, and the survivors who have the conditions are trying to rush to the capital. What he didn't say is that many shelters are more dangerous inside than outside, with all kinds of murders and crimes, and there is no moral order at all. Many of the survivors escaped from those shelters. Hearing the tone of the third brother, Qianxuan guessed that it should not be that simple. But seeing that he had no intention of saying it, she didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, she couldn't escape those few, so she could guess it almost right. How far are we from the juice processing factory? Because she knew that the third brother would go with her, she didn't find out in detail. Qianming rolled his eyes. It's too early. It will take more than an hour to get there. Don't think he doesn't know that some people often criticize him for being lazy, and he is not much more diligent. Why is it so far? Qianxuan was surprised. Don't you start collecting supplies from a relatively close place first? That's right. Qianming turned the steering wheel to avoid a meteorite crater. But Uncle Wu wants to collect more production equipment. Now all the big tasks in Silver Star Sky are these kinds of factories. Oh. Qianxuan said she understood. In fact, she didn't understand Uncle Wu's intention. The production equipment in the military factory was understandable before, but what about these food processing equipment? But Qianxuan didn't think about it for long and soon let it go. Uncle Wu's decision always has his reasons, and you will know it later. For the rest of the journey, Qianxuan wanted to curse. The road they passed had many craters the size of an adult's fist, so dense that the car couldn't avoid them at all. She had never been in such a bumpy car, and this bump lasted for more than half an hour until they arrived at their destination. At this time, she felt that her bones were about to fall apart. The most annoying thing was that her annoying third brother kept squeezing her for being too delicate. It was obviously you who were upset because of the bump, so you took your anger out on me, you beast. Chapter 31. Second level zombie. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qianxuan was puzzled. Third brother, are you sure it's here? Their car was parked at the entrance of the juice processing factory, but the sound of the jeep's engine did not attract any zombies. Didn't they say that the second level zombie was inside? Qianming was also puzzled at first, and then he was shocked. Is there a village nearby? You mean? Qianxuan also vaguely understood what he meant. Yeah. Qianming confirmed her guess with a solemn expression. Qianyun and the others escaped back before, and it is impossible to close the door. There are no living people here. The second level zombie may have gone to the nearby village to forage. It's just that I only knew the location of this factory in advance, and I'm not very clear about the situation nearby. There was a little annoyance in his tone. No way. Then I will use my mental power to scan it. Although Qianxuan said this, she didn't have much confidence. Although she has a god level mental power, she can only use it very limitedly. It's not that she can't use it. Her huge mental power is fully capable of scanning a city, but the mental power she can use at one time can only scan a radius of 3000 meters and a straight line distance of more than 5000 meters. Of course, although she couldn't use too much mental power at once, it didn't prevent her from using it continuously, which also led to her being able to maintain mental power scanning for 24 hours a day. Originally, she didn't hold out hope, but she didn't expect to get an unexpected result. Less than 500 meters away from the fruit processing plant, Qianxuan saw a small village that was severely damaged by a meteorite. This village was very unlucky to encounter a giant meteorite, which destroyed more than a dozen houses in the middle of the village. Fortunately, except for the giant meteorite, no other meteorites fell here, leaving more than a dozen houses on the edge intact. In the intact house, the survivors looked outside in fear through the glass. Qianxuan looked along their line of sight and was shocked. If she wasn't scanning with mental power now, she would definitely rub her eyes and suspect that she had seen it wrong. A zombie was dragging a middle-aged man who was struggling violently out of the broken window. The middle-aged man's body was covered with wounds from broken glass, and his whole body was stained red with blood. The zombie seemed very excited about this scene, grinning with its big mouth full of fangs. As if unable to bear the temptation of blood, the zombie cut open the man's chest, pulled out the still beating heart with a rip sound, and stuffed it into the open mouth. Ugh, Qianxuan vomited. If it was just blood, no matter how cruel the scene was, she, who had the memory of two lives, could remain calm. However, the zombie bit the heart like biting an apple, and the blood splashed out was like juice. The sense of disobedience was too shocking to her stomach. Qianming, who was standing by, was startled by her sudden vomiting. Seeing that she was vomiting uncomfortably, he quickly walked to her side and patted her back. Qianxuan vomited for more than 10 minutes, until she felt that she had vomited out all the breakfast she had eaten today and there was nothing left in her stomach to vomit, and then she slowly calmed down. She took out mineral water to rinse her mouth, and Qianxuan told the scene she saw intermittently. After listening to her story, Qianming covered his lips with one hand, thinking, do you think that the second level zombie is keeping humans in captivity? You mean the reason why the zombie didn't kill those humans at once is to keep them for later consumption? Qianxuan was shocked by Qianming's guess. If that's the case, then the zombie's IQ is at least that of a 3 or 5-year-old child. Yeah. The more Qianming thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. From the picture you saw, the zombie's power is enough to break through the door. No matter how they guessed, they still had to face the second level zombie. In order not to alert the enemy first, they gave up the jeep and chose to walk. Anyway, the road was not far. Carefully along the way, they hid behind a ruin without alerting the zombie. Qianxuan winked and asked Qianming to stay where he was, and she went out to meet the zombie first. Unlike dealing with ordinary zombies, Qianxuan was very cautious this time. After all, she only heard about the second level zombie from brother Jiu, but she had never really fought with it. She chose a ruin far from her third brother and hid there. Qianxi followed her wishes and changed into a bow and arrow state. He quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. An air arrow shot at the zombie's head at lightning speed. When the air arrow was less than 10 centimeters away from the zombie dodged to the left quickly and rushed towards Qianxuan without any pause. Qianxuan's first arrow was originally a test, and she had no intention of shooting it, but she did not expect the zombie to react so quickly and caught her off guard. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she reflexively used Qianxuan in the state of a two-handed dagger to block it. The zombie's sharp claws resisted Qianxuan, but they were not cut by the sharp Qianxuan. Qianxuan was stunned for a while, and then felt the numbness of her hands holding the two-handed dagger. She quickly jumped back, and threw out a piece of poisonous mist. Taking advantage of the gap, Qianxuan hid behind a ruin again. The zombie surrounded by the poisonous mist made a series of sizzling corrosion sounds and roared angrily. Qianxuan was amazed. Such a strong defense. You know, the poisonous fog can corrode ordinary humans to only a skeleton, but it can only corrode the surface of this zombie. Putting on a dark shield, Qianxuan's figure was erratic, and she quickly jumped behind the zombie and stabbed it at the back of the head. However, the zombie's reaction was very sharp, and it tilted its head in time to avoid the fatal blow. Qianxuan didn't stop, and Qianxuan slashed at the zombie's shoulder. However, the resistance she encountered was unexpectedly large. She frowned, gathered all her strength in her hands, and pressed down hard. With a bang, the zombie's right arm was cut off by Qianxuan and fell to the ground. After a successful attack, Qianxuan quickly retreated and hid next to the third brother. How is it? Qianming asked hurriedly. Except for the beginning, his vision was blocked by the black fog. He could only hear the sound of fighting, but did not see the subsequent fight. Are you sure this zombie is a second level zombie? Qianxuan asked breathlessly. His speed, strength and defense are all inconsistent with the information of a second level zombie, and his perception is also amazing. How could it be? This time it was Qianming's turn to be surprised. Why not? Qianxuan spread her hands, a bloody mess. I wanted to stab its head, but it dodged, so I simply planned to cut off its hand. In the end, it succeeded, but my hand became like this, and it was weak. She specializes in speed and dexterity. Although her strength is not small, it is not enough now. Does it hurt? Looking at Qianxuan's hand, Qianming felt very distressed. Although he usually likes to tease Qianxuan, he only has such a sister. How can he not feel pain in his heart? At the same time, he was also angry with the zombie. If he didn't know that his strength was not enough, he would have rushed up to take revenge. It's numb. I don't feel anything. Qianxuan was still a little breathless when she spoke. The previous blow took all her strength. How about that? Qianming hesitated. Let's go back first and call more people to encircle and suppress this zombie. If it is really a third level zombie, it will be dangerous, and he doesn't want his sister to get into trouble. No. Qianxuan objected immediately. No matter how many people there are, it will only add to the zombie's food. This zombie evolves too fast, and its strength will only become stronger in the future. While it is still relatively weak now, I should be able to solve it, even if I get hurt. This zombie gave her the feeling that it was too threatening, and she must not give it a chance to continue evolving. Qianming still hesitated. In the final analysis, he was a selfish person. Even if the threat of this zombie was great, if he had to sacrifice his sister to solve it, it would be better to pile it up with people in the future. Don't worry, if there is really a risk of life, I will hide in the inheritance realm. Qianxuan knew what her third brother was thinking, but she didn't intend to compromise. For her, this zombie is not only a danger, but also a training for her. Nonado's life is mostly about the weak defeating the strong. Her iron will allows her to defeat the hardships given to her by fate again and again, and never back down. Since Nonado could do it, there was no reason why she couldn't. Chapter 30 to Qianxuan's crisis. Qianming looked at Qianxuan's determination, but he found that he couldn't convince her, so he could only take the next best option. You need my help. He knew that Qianxuan would not let him participate in the battle for his safety. But as a man, he couldn't do nothing and push the matter to his sister. Also finding that he couldn't convince her, Qianxuan could only take a step back. Help me interfere with the zombie's perception later, but he can't find your hiding place. As soon as she finished speaking, Qianxuan found that the poisonous fog she left behind was about to dissipate, and once again held Qianxuan to confront the zombie. The zombie found that the food that he had been looking for before suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was excited and rushed towards Qianxuan. Before the zombie's claws cut her body, Qianxuan turned her body to the side, grabbed the zombie's wrist with her left hand, and tried her best to hold it tightly, to control herself from being thrown out by the zombie. With her right hand holding Qianxi, she stabbed the zombie's eyes. The zombie turned its head, and Qianxuan stabbed in the air. The zombie took this opportunity to bite her neck with its sharp teeth. Just as Qianxuan was trying to dodge, a thin silver flying knife came swiftly towards the zombie's head. With a ding sound, although it did not penetrate, it stopped the zombie's movement. At this time, Qianxuan's left hand holding the zombie loosened, and she was thrown out by surprise. With a bang, Qianxuan fell a few meters away. Although she took protective actions in time, she still felt her internal organs churning. A stream of bright blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Qianxuan couldn't help coughing, and coughed out a few pieces of internal organs. Qianming, who was standing by, had bloodshot eyes and almost couldn't help rushing out. In the end, reason prevailed and he desperately told himself to stay calm. Even so, he controlled the 12 flying knives more violently, shooting at the zombie one after another, creating buffer time for Qianxuan. The zombie could indeed interfere with the supernatural power, but at most it made his flying knives miss the target. However, Qianming's original goal was to interfere with his actions, not to kill the enemy. Fortunately, he still had reason in his head, and each flying knife was shot from a different direction, so that the zombies did not find his hiding place. Meanwhile, Qianxuan used the opportunity created by her third brother to ease the pain all over her body. But for a moment, she was a little troubled. She originally wanted to use the fragility of the zombie's eyes to solve it in one fell swoop, but now that she was so seriously injured, the success rate could almost be said to have dropped to the lowest. Now, she could only try to use magic. Among the magic she learned, the only one that could work on this zombie was probably space tearing. However, although space tearing can ignore any defense, it is too uncontrollable. Unless you get close, the zombie will definitely be able to dodge it. Seeing that the third brother over there was about to give up, Qianxuan threw out a corrosive bolt to attract the zombies. Seeing Qianxuan, the zombie once again remembered the new and old hatreds, ignored the knives that could only tickle it, and pounced with the remaining sharp claw. Qianxuan did not retreat this time, and crossed her daggers in both hands to block the zombie's claws, but her purpose was not this. Qianxuan gathered strength in her right leg, and kicked the zombie's left leg hard. Fortunately, she was wearing boots at this time, otherwise her toe bones would definitely be broken. Even so, her foot still felt a sharp pain. The zombie stumbled, and was about to stand firm. Qianxuan seized the opportunity to retract her two-handed daggers. The zombie fell face to the ground, because he had no strength in his hands. Qianxuan took the opportunity to sit on the zombie's back. The zombie rolled violently, waving its claws to try to throw Qianxuan off. Qianxuan didn't care about her hands being scratched, and shouted without looking back, "Third brother, come and help." Qianming heard it, and ran out to help her hold down the zombie. Fortunately, he was a superpower, and his body was transformed to be much stronger than Qianxuan, which saved Qianxuan from the dilemma of being thrown off. After tossing for nearly half an hour, both of them almost lost consciousness in their hands, and the zombie's movements became smaller. Qianxuan's eyes lit up, and she pressed its head to tear the space. The zombie's head split in half, revealing the huge brain core inside, and its hands and feet were completely motionless. Qianxuan's mind relaxed, and the fatigue and pain that she had ignored before surged up. Her eyes went dark and she fainted. Qianming, who was standing by, quickly hugged her. Because he was worried about Qianxuan's injuries, Qianming put the zombie and the brain core into the space ring, and then carried Qianxuan to the parking place. It's not that he didn't hear the shouts of the survivors behind him, but he really didn't have the mood and time to listen to those words of gratitude. Because of the previous battle, Qianming's hands and feet were very sore. It took him 15 minutes to carry Qianxuan on his back for the journey that took less than 5 minutes. Seeing the jeep, Qianming breathed a sigh of relief, carefully placed Qianxuan in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt. Qianming stepped on the clutch, and the jeep drove out quickly. Along the way, Qianming was always uneasy and looked at Qianxuan every once in a while. So, less than half an hour away, he found that Qianxuan was wrong. Although he was injured, Qianxuan's face was red and covered with cold sweat. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered that Qianxuan had said that the end of the world would come when Xin was in the same situation. He was frightened by his own guess, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Qianxuan's current situation was very consistent. Her hand had just been scratched by a zombie, and the possibility of being infected with the virus was very high. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and the faster he drove. He finished the journey that was supposed to take an hour and a half in less than an hour. The jeep drove directly into the old house. Qianming quickly found a parking space, turned off the engine, and hurriedly carried Qianxuan to the medical room. On the way, he met Qianqiu and saw him holding the unconscious Qianxuan. Third brother, what happened to Xuan? Let's not talk about this for now. Qianming had no time to answer. Where is fourth uncle? Find fourth uncle quickly. He didn't dare to delay at all now, for fear of delaying Qianxuan's treatment time. Seeing him like this, Qianqiu knew that the matter must be complicated, and hurried to find fourth uncle. Qianqiu was actually faster on his own. When Qianming carried Qianxuan to the medical room, Wu Wanyan was already waiting at the door. He didn't say anything, and quickly took Qianxuan from Qianming. What's the situation? Wu Wanyan carried Qianxuan to the operating room that had been prepared long ago. Qianxuan was thrown out by the zombies and vomited blood. She has serious internal injuries. Also, she may have been infected with the zombie virus. The more Qianming, who was following behind, spoke, the more he blamed himself. He is still a brother, but he can't protect his sister. He is really useless. In his excitement, he punched the wall hard, and the back of his hand was bloody, but he was not in the mood to pay attention. He just looked at Wu Wanyan eagerly. Wu Wanyan and Qianqiu were also shocked by what he said, and had no intention of paying attention to his little minor injury. When Wu Wanyan heard that Qianxuan was infected with the zombie virus, he felt a buzzing in his head and almost couldn't stand. He was originally just anxious, but after hearing this news, he was completely panicked. Qianqiu was in the same mood. He looked incredulous. How is it possible? Qianxuan is so powerful, how could she be infected with the lost virus? Qianming's face became even darker. The second level zombie before may have advanced, and its strength is far from the information. You mean the third level? Wu Wanyan interrupted their conversation. Let's not talk about it for now. Qianming goes out. Qianqiu stays to be my assistant. No matter what, Qianxuan's injury needs to be treated first. The two were silent and did what he said. Qianming walked out with heavy steps, sat outside the operating room, and began to wait anxiously. After a while, the situation during Qianxuan's operation also appeared, and the family members began to rush over one by one. What happened? Liu Yan's eyes were red. How come Qianxuan just got out of danger, and Qianxuan got into trouble? The other women in the family also opened their rabbit eyes. Qianming repeated what he said before, but for fear that grandpa and grandma would be stimulated, he did not mention that Qianxuan might be infected with the zombie virus. Zhaolin was rarely perceptive for her precious daughter, and found that Qianming seemed to be hiding something. Although she was worried about Qianxuan's situation, she was still concerned about the two elderly people at home, so she decided to ask for clarification later. Qianxuan didn't know that her family outside was worried about her at this time. She just felt that she was in dire straits. Chapter 33 Qianming's Determination. Qianxuan didn't know that she was infected with the lost virus. She only thought that her injuries were too serious, so she felt hot all over, probably because she had a high fever. However, she soon realized that something was wrong with her. Not only was she hot, she began to feel waves of tingling pain surging through her body. She had thought that it might be the injuries on her body, but the difference between the two was too great. The pain seemed to be alive, flowing freely in her body. Slowly, the tingling seemed to drill into her flesh and bones, and the pain increased several times. The toughness in her bones made Qianxuan not give in easily, and she tried her best to resist the pain of bone erosion. Just when Qianxuan began to get used to this pain, the pain turned into soreness and numbness. But Qianxuan didn't have the mind to pay attention to these at this time. She keenly felt that the thing that brought her torture began to invade her brain after ravaging her whole body. Intuitively, Qianxuan knew that she had to stop it, otherwise the consequences would definitely not be what she wanted to see. She tried to clear her consciousness and began to try to mobilize the mental power in her brain. However, although she had been conscious, the long-term resistance to pain had made her mind a little scattered and difficult to concentrate. She tried her best, but she only mobilized a tiny bit of it. That bit of mental power soon confronted the unknown thing, and for a while it blocked the opponent's progress. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief in her consciousness. However, as soon as she breathed a sigh of relief, the resistance to her mental power began to intensify. She could not find any other effective methods, and could only resist with difficulty. In the ward, Xiaolin, who knew Qianxuan's true situation, while the two elders went home, was anxiously wiping the sweat off Qianxuan, who had just treated her injuries. "Nyan, can't we do something?" Zuchan was extremely anxious. Her son had just escaped from danger, and it was her niece's turn. Logically, it was not her turn to be anxious, but Qianxuan had been raised by her mother and several sisters-in-law since she was a child. They didn't have daughters, so they treated Qianxuan as their own daughter. Wu Wanyan was also anxious. "We have no research on the zombie virus. I dare not even prescribe medicine, for fear of making things worse." Even if Zuchan had a good temper, the events of the past 2 days made her hate zombies so much that she became more determined to make a decision that she was hesitant about before. Minna, who had a somewhat irritable temper, was even more irritable, pacing back and forth in the ward. Zhang Huhu and Lian Shengsheng were nervously paying attention to Qianxuan's condition. The atmosphere around Lizia, who had a cold temper, became even colder, and she had the same thoughts as Zuchan in her mind. Here, Xiaolin found that Qianxuan's face was sweating more and more, and a dark blue aura appeared on her neck. Xiaolin, who was usually strong, was frightened and lost his mind. He only shouted, "Fourth brother, come and see what happened to Xuanxuan." Tears could no longer be held back and burst out. Wu Wanyan hurried over and saw Qianxuan's situation, frowning. The zombie virus is about to spread to Xuanxuan's brain, but Xuanxuan seems to be trying her best to stop it. There will be no problem for the time being, but I don't know how long she can hold on. Is there no way for us to help Xuanxuan? Lian Shengsheng asked. No, Wu Wanyan quickly dispelled her idea. She has temporarily formed a balance of power in her body now. If others act rashly, it will only cause trouble. This is not okay. That is not okay. Are we just going to watch Xuanxuan become a zombie? Minna kicked over the chair beside her angrily. Clang broke the silence of the ward, but no one was in the mood to pay attention at this time. Everyone fell silent. Qianming was the most depressed. He thought more deeply and farther than everyone else. What if Xuanxuan became a zombie? Not to mention the sadness of his relatives, just Xuanxuan's strength. The zombie she turned into would also bring disaster to everyone. Qianming clenched his fists, and he didn't even care about the wound that was split open and bleeding. He made up his mind secretly and with difficulty. If Xuanxuan really turned into a zombie, he would be the first to solve it. This is not only for everyone's safety, but also to prevent his relatives from suffering. Anyway, it was his fault that Xuanxuan became like this. He didn't want to embarrass his family, so he would bear the crime of parricide. Qianming's heart was bleeding, but his eyes were full of determination. Just like that, Qianxuan's condition has not improved, and the blue-black gas on her face has become more and more. 3 days later, the hope in everyone's hearts was extinguished little by little, and their hearts became heavier and heavier. The atmosphere of the entire Silver Star Air Force Corps also became heavier day by day. Qianxuan, who was struggling to hold on, became more and more desperate. In the past few days, she had roughly guessed from similar situations that she was infected with the zombie virus. The reason why she realized it so late was that she was too confident in her body that had been transformed by the elemental origin, and she didn't think that the zombie virus would pose a threat to her. In fact, it's not her fault for being confident. You know, in her life, even in the trading plane, Nonado had never encountered poisons or viruses that could threaten her body. As a low-level planet, the Earth She had never anticipated the current situation. Should she say, worthy of being the original star? But even so, she still felt unwilling. There is a purification potion in her space that can save her, but she can't take it out now. The end of the world has just begun, and she still has family and friends to protect. Moreover, she doesn't know whether the woman is still alive. If she is not dead yet, will she let her go in vain? Then, the heart-wrenching pain 10 years ago is over? Is her subversion of her life buried like this? And, that person. She still wants to see that person. Qianxuan only felt a silent explosion in her head, and then she lost consciousness. The first person to discover Qianxuan's situation was Qianming, who had been paying attention to her condition. His voice was a little trembling. Fourth uncle, maybe I'm dazzled. Why do I feel that the blue-black aura on Xuan's face has receded a little? The more he said, the more uncertain he felt, thinking that it was his own imagination that made him hallucinate. Although he knew that there was little hope, Wu Wanyan still observed Qianxuan carefully. At this sight, Wu Wanyan's eyes, which had become increasingly dim over the past few days, suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. Come and take a look. I also think that the blue-black energy seems to have retreated a little. Although he was confident that his eyesight would not be wrong, he still asked for other people's opinions. Everyone gathered around Qianxuan's bed. It seems to have retreated a little. Why don't I think so? Yes, it has retreated a little. Really? Everyone was a little hesitant. Finally, they found that no one could convince anyone else, so they began to stare at Qianxuan's face without blinking. In the eyes of everyone, the blue-black energy on Qianxuan's face retreated slightly. Now, everyone saw it and couldn't help but show their joy. It's retreated. It's really retreated. Several women cried with joy. However, before they had time to be happy, a quarrel was heard outside the door. What's going on? Wu Wanyan, the head of the logistics regiment, frowned first. With a bang, the door was opened. Wu Wanyan was about to get angry, but when he saw who was coming, he hurried over to help. Dad, why are you here? Wu Yuan pushed Wu Wanyan away. Don't give me that. Where is Xuanxun? Why don't you let us come to see Xuanxun? Are you hiding something from us? Although his words were a question, his tone was firm. Is Xuanxun in bad condition? Liu Yan, who followed behind, was full of anxiety. These past few days, the more they thought about it at home, the more they felt something was wrong. Although the younger generation in the family tried their best to remain as they were in front of them, they still noticed clues. In addition, their granddaughter was injured, but someone always found excuses to prevent them from visiting. Now, thinking that their granddaughter might be in danger, the two could not sit still. Just now at the entrance of the ward, the doctors and nurses had been blocking them from coming in, and they became more certain of their guesses. Seeing that they could no longer hide Qianxuan's condition. Fortunately Qianxuan's condition had improved. Wu Wanyan simply sent away the doctors and nurses at the entrance of the ward, and reported Qianxuan's condition in detail. The two elders were shocked to hear that Qianxuan was infected with the zombie virus at first, and they were relieved to hear that the situation had improved. Such a big thing, you actually teamed up to hide it from us. Wu Yuan was very angry. If it were any other time, Liu Yan would have definitely appeared to act as a peacemaker, but today she herself was so angry that she went to see her granddaughter without saying a word. The six brothers, led by Wu Wanli, quickly acted in a humble manner towards Wu Yuan, until each of them was hit a few times with a cane, and Wu Yuan was slightly relieved. However, although their anger had subsided, the two elders were determined to stay and not leave. Chapter 34, Useless Ability. Wu Yuan and Liu Yuan sat there for most of the day, and even had their meals in the hospital. Many times, everyone tried to persuade them to go back and rest, but Wu Yuan always refused with a fierce look on his face. During this time, the dark blue aura on Qianxuan's face gradually receded, and everyone's mood became more and more relaxed. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Qianxuan's complexion had returned to normal. At this time, Qianqiu looked at Qianxuan on the bed and exclaimed. Everyone looked curiously, but found that Qianxuan's whole body was flashing with a light green hazy light. What's going on? Zhao Lin's heart tightened, fearing that something had happened again. Qianxuan felt very comfortable at this time, just like the comfort of a fetus in the mother's womb. Faintly, she seemed to hear the sound of branches and leaves stretching, flowers blooming, and a gentle breeze blowing. It should be fine. Lizia spoke lightly and raised her chin slightly towards Qianxuan. Look, Qianxuan seems to feel very comfortable. Everyone looked over, and sure enough Qianxuan's expression was like a sleeping baby. Her frowning brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Everyone's slightly raised hearts were relieved again. Sasha was stunned by Qianxuan's expression at this time. How long had it been since she saw Qianxuan's real expression? She was a little dazed. It seemed that 10 years ago, Qianxuan left them alone to go to high school in S City. When she came back, she was no longer as wanton as before, and always had a faint smile like a mask. At first, they didn't care, just thinking that the eldest lady wanted to pretend to be a lady again, and it would be broken sooner or later. It wasn't until she was like this for half a year that they suddenly realized that the heartless little sister who couldn't hide anything was hiding something from them, and it was not a small thing. But no matter how they tried to ask, whether openly or secretly, they couldn't dig out what she was hiding from Qianxuan. Even if they asked Uncle Wuxi, the only person who knew about it, the answer they got was that he promised Qianxuan not to tell anyone. At this moment, the question from many years ago came to mind again. What happened that year that caused Qianxuan's temperament to change so drastically overnight? When everyone saw with their own eyes that the wound on Qianxuan's hand was oozing black and smelly zombie virus liquid, they left one after another with peace of mind. But before leaving, Zuchun collected the zombie virus under the cover of Lizia. The next morning, Qianxuan opened her eyes in a daze. She looked around blankly and found herself lying in the ward of the infirmary. The previous memories began to emerge in her mind, and she remembered that she had been infected with the zombie virus before. Qianxuan, are you awake? At this time, Xiaolin, who was sleeping lightly beside the bed, was awakened by her slight movement and saw that she woke up and said in surprise, "Gurgle," before Qianxuan had time to speak. Her stomach, which had been hungry for several days, began to protest to her. Xiaolin was stunned, then smiled at Qianxuan, who had shrunk her head into her body. "Wait, Mom will go back and get you something to eat." The infirmary was set up in the Emo's house of the 8 major clans, not far from the Wu's house. Qianxuan didn't stick her head out of her body until she was sure that her mother had walked out of the ward. Patting her slightly hot cheeks, Qianxuan felt that the current situation was a little unreal. Didn't she become a zombie? After simply stretching her hands and feet, Qianxuan found that she didn't feel injured at all, and she even felt that her movements were more flexible. Thinking of the silent explosion in her brain before she lost consciousness, Qianxuan began to use her mental power to look inside herself. The mental power actually grew a little stronger. You know, it's very difficult for her god-level mental power to increase, not to mention that it increased by 1/5 at once. It was probably because she consumed all her mental power to resist the loss virus, which caused the destruction and then establishment. This was a pleasant surprise for her. Qianxuan continued to use her mental power to look inside, and the internal injuries disappeared completely. At this time, she found a light green diamond crystal in the back of her head. Qianxuan was startled. What was that? Suddenly, she thought of what her uncle said a few days ago, and her heart moved. Could it be that this was the brain core of a superpower? Question mark? In order to verify her conjecture, Qianxuan tried to touch the diamond crystal with her mental power. As soon as she touched it, Qianxuan felt a peaceful and vigorous power in the crystal. Qianxuan tried to control these powers with her mental power to release a little, and saw a light green smoke floating out of her palm. Qianxuan curiously poked it with the fingers of her other hand, but nothing happened. She didn't give up, and moved the smoke under the quilt, but nothing happened. Qianxuan was dumbfounded. It didn't work. What kind of superpower is it? Thinking of the feeling in the previous days, Qianxuan pulled out a carnation from the vase on the bedside table and wrapped it with smoke. Visible to the naked eye, the carnation bloomed more beautifully, and the branches and leaves became more verdant. Qianxuan excitedly began to study the carnation transformed by her superpower. 10 minutes later, Qianxuan was embarrassed. Could it be that her special ability is to make flowers bloom more beautifully? If it was before, she could use this ability to open a flower shop, but what can she do with it now? However, Qianxuan thought that food was more precious in the end times, and this ability could be used to be a farmer. Qianxuan was mad. This was useless, really useless. When Zhaolin and Qianming came in, Qianxuan was depressed with her head drooping. Seeing Qianxuan, who was no different from usual, Qianming finally let go of the heart that had not been completely let go in his heart, and his expression returned to his usual laziness. When Zhaolin opened the lunchbox, Qianxuan was about to start eating, but suddenly remembered that she had not brushed her teeth for several days in bed, so she ran to the bathroom to brush her teeth. In less than 5 minutes, she ran back again. Qianxuan experienced turning depression into appetite this time, and ate a breakfast for 10 people. After eating, Qianxuan was stunned. What happened? When did her appetite become so big? Zhaolin and Qianming on the opposite side had an expression of as expected. Zuan, Zhaolin said curiously, what superpower did you awaken? Qianxuan's originally suppressed depression jumped out again, and she began to complain to the two people. After she finished speaking, Qianxuan looked at the two people eagerly, waiting for them to comfort her. Okay, Qianming slapped her on the head. You should be content. You are already very powerful. If you awaken another powerful superpower, will you let others live? Qianxuan touched her slapped head and glared at him. Seeing Qianxuan become so energetic, Zhaolin did not care about the fight between the siblings. At this time, Shasha and Qianqiu followed Wu Wants to open the door and come in. 5th uncle, 9th brother and Shasha, you are here. Qianxuan turned her head. Sasha rushed over and hugged her happily. Xuanxun, you finally woke up. As she said that, she began to touch her all over, fearing that she still had some wounds on her body. Okay, I'm fine, don't touch me. Qianxuan, who was ticklish, said something with a distorted voice. Qianqiu was not as exaggerated as Sasha. He just looked her whole body with his eyes, and when he was sure that she was indeed fine, he turned his eyes away. Here, Sasha also stopped. By the way, Uncle Wu wants to see you for something. Qianxuan looked at Wu Wants. Uncle Wu, what do you want to see me for? Wu Wants spread one hand to her. The thing you talked about last time has been delayed for several days because of your coma. Qianxuan understood and transferred several sets of test crystal balls and more than 20,000 magic contracts that had been prepared in the space ring to his ring. After getting what he wanted, Wu Wants left in a hurry. Is Uncle Wu busy? Qianxuan asked curiously. Very busy. Qianqiu handed her a peeled apple. There are not enough houses in the base. Recently, there are a lot of construction project documents that need to be approved by Uncle Wu. Your condition was critical a few days ago, and he had to take some time out every day to see you. No way. Qianxuan took a bite of the apple. Our 8 clans have nearly 2,000 rooms in total. How can it not be enough? Qianqiu rolled his eyes. In addition to the original more than 8,000 soldiers, there are new members joining Silver Star every day, plus those family members. The number of people is at least more than 20,000. Do you think there are enough houses? So many? Qianxuan was surprised. Then she didn't know if the magic contract she gave to Uncle Wu was enough. Forget it. If it's not enough, Uncle Wu will come to find her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Lab Report. For a moment, Qianxuan and Wu Wants were silent. Qianxuan was a little confused by these things. How about I go to the military camps around the capital alone to explore? This was the only thing she could think of. No. Wu Wants refused without thinking. There are too many zombies over there. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Fearing that Qianxuan would be stubborn about this matter, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, your 4th aunt and 6th aunt gathered some old friends and set up a laboratory. Qianxuan tilted her head in confusion. What for? Wu Wants was really a little irritated. They want to study zombies and superpowers. Qianxuan was even more confused. What's the point of studying zombies and superpowers? It's not a peaceful time now, and there's no interest in studying the habits of animals. Besides, zombies are not animals. As for superpowers, this belongs to the field of metaphysics, which has nothing to do with the professions of the 4th and 6th aunts. Why did you suddenly become stupid? Wu Wan's expression was a little funny. Of course, they want to study the serum and antibodies of the zombie virus, and study some weapons and drugs that are useful for zombies. As for superpowers, they want to study how to artificially awaken people's superpowers. Qianxuan suddenly became enlightened. She had been influenced by Nonado's memory and regarded the zombie virus as a corpse poison similar to the corpse poison cast by the necromancer. She classified it as an energy toxin and subconsciously ignored that it was a disease virus. However, awakening superpowers requires talent. Without talent, everything is in vain. As if thinking of something good, Wu Wan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's not like that. According to your 4th aunt's speculation, everyone can awaken their own superpowers, and it has nothing to do with talent. Qianxuan was surprised to hear such an idea for the first time. Why? Is it a habitual thinking again? Because magic and fighting spirit require talent. She thinks that superpowers are the same without verification? This is the experimental report your 4th aunt gave me. Take a look. Wu Wan handed her a thick stack of paper. Seeing the thickness, Qianxuan was a little surprised, but still took it and read it. Wu Wan started to read the documents on the desk. Qianxuan read it for several hours. When she finished reading, Qianxuan was very surprised. According to the report of the 4th and 6th aunts, whether to become a zombie has nothing to do with the individual's constitution. The basis is that some elderly people and children are still normal after the doomsday, while some young and middle-aged people have become zombies. They speculated that whether to become a zombie is related to the strength of one's willpower or mental strength. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people are born with antibodies and are immune to the zombie virus. At the same time, they also put forward an incredible guess that everyone may have zombie viruses in their bodies, and the ability of superpowers to awaken superpowers is also due to the zombie virus. They believe that the zombie virus is a double-edged sword. If you can't get through it, you will certainly become a zombie. If you get through it, you may improve your genes and awaken superpowers. The report mentioned that even if the survivors of the doomsday did not awaken superpowers, their physical fitness is getting better and better, and even their appearance becomes better. As for superpowers, they believe that everyone has them, but some people are dominant and easy to awaken, while others are recessive and difficult to awaken. In order for zombies to evolve, they need to be stimulated by the zombie virus. The reason why some people are infected with the zombie virus and become superpower zombies or ordinary zombies is because the toxicity of the virus is too high or too low. Here they mentioned that the toxicity of the zombie virus contained in the bodies of zombies of different levels is different, and the higher the level, the stronger the toxicity. At the end, they also mentioned that although many zombies do not have superpowers at this stage, after they continue to evolve, all zombies will become superpower zombies. Qianxuan felt shocked, but had to admit that although many of the contents in this report were just speculations, they were highly credible. Many details that they usually ignored subconsciously were noticed by the 4th and 6th aunts, and they also conducted careful investigations and comparisons. After all, everyone has their own expertise. In that case, it's a good thing. Uncle Wu, why were you unhappy just now? Qianxuan asked Wu Wanse, who was still reading the documents. Wu Wanse sighed slightly, signed his name on the document, and said without looking up, "It is indeed a good thing, but your 4th uncle and your 4th aunt have a quarrel over this matter. Why does your 4th uncle disagree with your 4th aunt's research? In her opinion, this is a good thing. It's because of the experimental subject." Wu Wanse took a sip of herbal tea. Although it was a rough action, he was very generous and free and easy. Yes, Qianxuan also thought of it. With the experimental results, human tests are needed before they can be put into use. According to Wu Wanyan's benevolent heart as a doctor, he would not agree. However, this matter is a dispute between elders, and Qianxuan can't help. After returning home, Qianxuan accompanied her grandparents to eat and then returned to her room. With a thought, Qianxuan came to the inheritance realm. She first visited Patian and had a spiritual communication with her. When Patian fell into a deep sleep, Qianxuan began to study her own supernatural powers. Qianxuan was always unwilling to believe that her own supernatural powers were really useless. Maybe there was something she didn't notice. However, she tried various methods and found that it was useless except for making plants grow better and faster. Just when she was about to give up, a wave of curiosity and desire came to her mind. Patian, why did you wake up? Patian ignored her question, and her mental power came to urge her. You want this? Qianxuan stretched out her hand uncertainly and sent out a cloud of green mist. Patian's emotions became even more impatient. Looking at the distance between herself and Patian, Qianxuan used her mental power to control the green mist to float towards Patian. As soon as the two came into contact, Patian's emotions were filled with a sense of comfort, as if it were real. Is this useful to you? Qianxuan was a little surprised. You know, Patian's injuries were not minor. You can tell by looking at her recuperating in the life lotion for hundreds of years. Could it be that her ability can heal these injuries that involve the root of life? Qianxuan's disappointment in her own ability disappeared without a trace, and she was full of excitement. Enough, enough, just this is enough, this is completely enough, this is completely carrying a god level healer with you. Qianxuan's mood suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny, and her whole body felt light and beautiful. After saying goodbye to Patian, Qianxuan teleported directly to the warehouse. Taking advantage of the free time now, she planned to find something useful in the warehouse for the current situation. Originally, Qianxuan was very proud of the endless warehouse. But now when she wanted to find something, she felt a headache. There was no way, she could only look for it with her naked eyes little by little. Fortunately, this warehouse has an automatic sorting function, so it is not a mess. At least the classification is very clear. In addition to the various magic scrolls, magic cores, alchemy tools, monster furs, weapons, and armor, ores, medicinal materials and other collections handed down by the Zuofan family and the huge amount of food, ores, monster furs, magic cores, fruits, and vegetables, meat and medicinal materials produced by the inheritance world for tens of thousands of years. These are not needed now. Qianxuan set her sights on the various technological products that Nonado found in the trading plane. A full set of various robots from the planet Tittle, some of which can do housework, some can manage internal affairs, some can build houses, and some can plant and irrigate. In short, there is everything. However, these can serve their family, but not the entire Silver Star. 2 sets of plain trading instruments, which are not used yet. 100 fully automatic clothing making instruments, which can fully automatically make clothes with only drawings and raw materials. This is useful, but it is also not used now. 10 water purifiers of different styles. Of course, these water purifiers are very powerful. No matter how dirty the water is, it can become pure water that can be drunk. Plain rings, similar to space rings. Qianxuan flipped through for more than 2 hours and found that there are indeed many useful things, but they are not used for the time being. Finally, Qianxuan looked at the various laser guns, energy guns, photoelectric mines, laser cannons, energy cannons and more than a dozen boxes of various ammunition in front of him and worried. These things are not to be mentioned, whether they can be seen in the light, and even if they can be used without scruples, the quantity is not enough. Chapter 36 Memories. For 3 consecutive days, Qianxuan stayed at home without going on a mission. She stayed at home to sort out things with her grandmother and listen to her stories. She would go to the morning exercise every day, not only to feel the atmosphere of unity, but also to reminisce with her former comrades. She has been in the army for 9 years, and there are many comrades who can trust each other with life and death. She often thinks that choosing to join the army in order to forget the pain was probably the most correct choice she made. Although she went there with the idea of suffering at the beginning, and she did suffer a lot, these could not offset the purest feelings she got there. Comrades are the cutest people in the world. They will accompany you silently when you are depressed. There is no all kinds of exaggerated comfort, but it is sincere. They once shed tears together for their dead comrades, and cheered together for the victory they achieved. Their feelings were born in the hard training, and sublimated in the baptism of war. The military camp is a simple place. No matter how cunning a person is, he will be affected and his temper will become more and more straightforward. For her, that place is salvation. It redeemed her broken heart, and pulled her back from the edge of madness and collapse. In these 3 days, she talked with them about their past life in the military camp, how they played tricks on the instructors, and how miserable they were trained after being discovered. They talked about their comrades who had died, how they used to go to the back of the military camp to have a feast, and the jokes and embarrassment of their comrades during training. For her, it was a review of the past. Although many things made her feel bitter, there were more things that made her smile. Qianxuan still had no idea about the shortage of guns and ammunition. Fortunately, after the reform, the mental outlook of the people in Qianxuan suddenly changed. They smiled every day, and there was no longer any worry about the future in their eyes. They were full of confidence and hope. In the past few days, in addition to routine training in the inheritance world, she used her supernatural powers to help Patian heal his wounds. The only thing that bothered her was that she felt that her Qianxuan heart method had reached the bottleneck of the first level, but she could not find an opportunity to break through. Because she was no longer just practicing and going on missions, Qianxuan's understanding of the internal affairs of Silver Star was no longer as one-sided as before. However, the more she understood, the more Qianxuan avoided it, because it was too tedious. No wonder Uncle Wu was always busy every day. Although she felt that she was not stupid, she did not have such good patience. Maybe she was more or less influenced by Nonado. After all, although Nonado was smart, she was straightforward in doing things. For example, when she avenged her mother, she chose the most direct method. If she had planned and covered up in advance, she would not have fled for so many years, and she would not have been cursed by Orina. On this day, Qianxuan originally wanted to go to the newly developed trading area in the city, but before she went out, she was blocked by Sasha. She was very strange. These days Sasha always looked at her inquiringly. When she looked back, she was hesitant to speak. Sasha was wearing a light yellow silk shirt today, and a pair of pale blue jeans. Because she was not on a mission, she wore a pair of brown flowered flip-flops on her feet, which matched her soft and beautiful facial features and slender figure, highlighting her temperament. However, her mind was obviously not on her clothes at the moment. She looked at Qianxuan and wanted to say something, but didn't dare to say it. The expression on her face was tangled. Is there something? Qianxuan raised her eyebrows, pulled her to the sofa on the side, handed her a pillow, and hugged one, and sat next to her. Sasha pulled her shoulder-length hair, as if she had given up, closed her eyes, and asked, I want to know what happened in S City that year. She had been struggling for several days, over whether to ask or not. Qianxuan was stunned, followed by a long silence. Sasha opened her eyes, looked at Qianxuan with an expressionless face, and for no reason felt that she saw her sadness. Putting aside the previous entanglement, she put her hands on Qianxuan's shoulders. It's the end of the world now, what else can't we face? It's the end of the world now, what else can't we face? That sentence, word by word, struck her heart directly, making her a little stunned for a moment. Yes, is there anything else that can't be faced? Qianxuan stretched out her hands to cover her eyes, and a hint of self-mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly had the desire to talk, wanting someone to know the pain she had experienced. She adjusted her posture, leaned the weight of her whole body on the sofa, and began to recall with empty eyes. Sasha didn't disturb her, and waited patiently for her to tell. That year, I transferred to Class A of the 3rd grade of Manan High School in S City, and became friends with a girl named Zualan. It was also there that I fell in love with Moki. Zualan looked 60% like Nonado's mother, and 80% like her when she smiled. Even though she had no memory at that time, she still felt that she wanted to get close to her and take care of her. That was 2 months after I transferred to another school. I found myself being followed on the way home from school for 2 weeks in a row. I was so scared at that time. Until one day, when I went back and saw my second brother standing downstairs of the apartment building waiting for me, the worry and fear for So many days made my emotions out of control. I cried and rushed to hug him and told him what happened. I don't know why, but before my second brother could take any action, the stalker disappeared the next day. After that, I would receive a bouquet of flowers every morning when I went out. The types of flowers were different every day, but the name of the sender was never left. I panicked at first, because I always felt that it was related to the previous stalker. Until a month later, nothing happened, and I gradually relaxed. Then one Sunday, Zuelen and I went to the S-City water park together. Because I was lazy at that time, I didn't do warm-up exercises beforehand, and as a result, my leg cramped and drowned. It happened that the lifeguard was called away, and Emoki appeared at that time to save me. Qianxuan couldn't help but smile when she thought of herself being held in the arms of the tall Emoki like a child, crying and hiccuping. Seeing the hint of sweetness on Qianxuan's face, Sasha teased, "A hero saves the beauty, and then you fell in love at first sight, and pledged yourself to him?" "No," Qianxuan said with a smile. "I just think he and sixth brother are very similar. Sixth brother taught me to swim when I was a child. Sixth brother is also tall. I feel at ease when he holds me just like when sixth brother holds me." At that time, sixth brother had a conflict with second uncle and ran away from home. He hasn't come back for 3 years. I miss him very much. Sasha sympathized with Emoki very much, but she was more curious about what happened next. "Then what?" "Then I asked him for his contact number and address, and went to see him and stick to him whenever I had time." At that time, she often told him about sixth brother and regarded him as a substitute for sixth brother. Until one day, I went out to eat with him. I ordered a lot of dishes that sixth brother liked and kept giving him food. Then he seemed to be angry and didn't say anything until he sent me home. I was very nervous at the time. I didn't know what made him angry. I called him to ask him, but he always said it was okay. Thinking back, the 2 words "it's okay" he said on the phone always made people feel gnashing their teeth. The next time we met, Emoki confessed to me. Sasha's eyes lit up. "Then, what did you say?" Qianxuan's face flushed all of a sudden. I spilled the juice in my hand and ran away. She was really scared at that time, and when she came to her senses, she had already returned home. "Run away?" Sasha was dumbfounded. "How did you run away?" She was a little hard to understand. "That's it." Qianxuan was a little shy. I didn't answer anything and ran back home. Sasha was stunned at first, and then laughed without concealing it. "Haha." Sasha pressed her aching stomach. "You actually ran away." Her tone was full of teasing. After a while, seeing Qianxuan was about to get angry, Sasha quickly controlled herself and finally stopped laughing. However, seeing her red cheeks, she knew that she was still laughing at her in her heart. Qianxuan's temper also came up, and she pursed her lips and refused to speak. Sasha saw that it was not good, so she quickly restrained the smile on her face, went up to coax her again and again, and agreed to several unequal treaties before Qianxuan let go. Chapter 37, Anger. After they laughed and joked for a while, Sasha began to urge her to continue. Qianxuan straightened the wrinkles on her clothes. "Since then, I stopped answering his calls and didn't go to see him. I tried every means to avoid him. Then suddenly one day, he blocked me at the school gate. Before I could find a way to send him away, he quietly dragged me into a taxi. Along the way, his face was very bad, and he didn't say a word. I was so scared at the time, afraid that he would hit me. Thinking of that time, when Emoki had a dark face, and didn't say a word, and she was huddled beside him, Qianxuan's eyes were filled with a hint of nostalgia. While Sasha was listening, she thought about the scene at that time. Qianxuan was so innocent at that time, and her face showed whatever she was thinking. That Emoki must have seen what she was thinking at the time, and he must have been very angry. He took me to the dessert shop we often go to, and ordered my favorite green tea and vanilla mousse for me, just like every time he came here before. But I was very scared, because his face was getting worse and worse, as if he was very angry. Just when I was scared and wanted to run away, his expression actually changed back to the way it was before. He also told me not to care about his previous confession, that he was just joking, and that we would still be friends like before. She was very relieved at that time. "You don't really believe it?" Sasha was very incredible. No way. Although Qianxuan was very simple before, she was not so stupid. Such an obvious lie. Someone actually believed it. That's the plot that only appears in romance dramas. Qianxuan was also very embarrassed. I believed it. Now that she thinks about it, she probably subconsciously trusts Emoki very much. What happened next? You won't always be like this, right? She didn't believe that the man would give up so easily. Later, we got along just like before, but he became more considerate and doted on me more and more. I still regarded him as a friend who was like a brother at first, but slowly I found that my feelings for him had changed. Sasha was curious. How did you find out? She was so self-conscious. Qianxuan pursed her lips. I found that every time Zualan asked me about Emoki, I would feel uncomfortable. When I went out with him, I would also feel bitter. When many girls looked at him secretly, when he took care of me, I always felt sweet in my heart. The most important thing is, once when I was watching the hero and heroine kissing on TV, I actually stared at his lips in a daze, and then he kissed me. I was not angry, because my first kiss was taken away, but a little happy. Sasha's eyes lit up. So what happened later? Did you start dating? No. Qianxuan blushed a little when she thought of the scene at that time. I was still a little ignorant at the time, so I told him directly that something was wrong with me, and then asked him what was going on. As a result, Emoki kissed her with a look of surprise. Later, we got together naturally. It was only later that I found out that the stalking and sending flowers were all his doing. Sasha was excited. You were watching a TV show. How could you be so innocent? I remember that time I clearly taught you a lot of love theories. Qianxuan couldn't stand it and fought back. What do you mean I'm innocent? You are just talking about it on paper. Otherwise why do you blush every time you see brother Zhuang? Zhuang Yuan, the eldest son of the Zhuang family in the 8 major clans, is 5 years older than Sasha. He is her fiancé since she was a child and dotes on her. But Sasha, a coward, blushes every time she sees Zhuang Yuan. How could that be? Sasha's face turned red. I'm just a little afraid of him. Her voice was like a mosquito. But Qianxuan heard it clearly. What's there to be afraid of? Brother Zhuang only has a bad face for people outside the 8 major clans, and he is so good to you that it makes people jealous. I'm not afraid of him. So what are you afraid of? This is also what Qianxuan has been confused about. Sasha embarrassed. Could she say that Zhuang Yuan would touch her and kiss her until she couldn't breathe as long as there was no one else around? She really didn't have the face to do that. No, according to that, you and Emoki should be very happy. Why did your temperament change so much after you came back? Sasha quickly changed the subject. Qianxuan was startled, then lowered her eyelids and said faintly, yes, I was so happy at that time, so happy that sometimes I felt it was a sin. Her expression was normal, and no one could see anything unusual, but at this moment, the hatred in her eyes frightened Sasha. The wood Qianxuan she knew was simple before the age of 16, a little willful but considerate, with happiness in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. She was a girl who was spoiled and brought up. After the age of 16, she was gentle and polite, and every move revealed the demeanor of a great man. She gave people the feeling that she was like a cloud in the sky, distant and elusive. But there was one thing in common. No matter what, Qianxuan's emotions had always been light, and she had never had such strong emotions, let alone hatred. Qianxuan's voice was ethereal and fragile. I don't know why. I treated Zualan as a good friend. I was so good to her. Sometimes I even refused to date Emoki in order to accompany her. But she stabbed me in the heart without caring. It hurt so much. Qianxuan's body arched, as if she was enduring some unbearable pain, and her body kept shaking. Seeing Qianxuan so fragile, Sasha felt distressed and hugged her. What did she do? Her tone was full of anger. Qianxuan's body stiffened, and she still didn't raise her head. I don't know the details. I only know that I was surrounded and beaten by a group of gangsters. When they left, I was bleeding a lot. I was very panicked and subconsciously called my fourth uncle who was attending a medical seminar in S City, and then I fainted from the pain. When I woke up, I found out that I was pregnant, but the baby had already fallen. How could it be? Sasha was shocked. You were only 16 years old at that time, not yet an adult. How dare Emoki? She was full of anger at the end. It's me. It's my fault. Qianxuan burst into tears. I was too curious at that time, and I felt that I would give it to Emoki sooner or later. At that time, he was aroused by me, and he had suppressed it secretly. I deliberately teased him. Later, he also bought birth control pills for me to take, but I didn't expect. It's my fault. It's all my fault. What about Emoki? Where was he after the accident? I don't know. Qianxuan collapsed on the sofa. I only know that he was very impatient for a period of time before, and he was always afraid that someone would want to hurt me and take me away. No matter how I talked to him, it didn't make sense. He seemed to have some concerns. But I couldn't bear to leave my grandparents, parents, and others, so I wanted to go back to the capital first, tell my family about the matter, and then go with him. But I didn't dare to face him at that time, for fear that he would be angry with me, so I wrote a letter and asked Zualan to give it to him. After that, I could never find Emoki again. So everything was caused by Zualan. Shasha's face was very bad. It's her. Qianxuan's voice was very weak. Although I have no evidence, my intuition is that it's her. It was because it was her, because she looked very much like Nonado's mother, that she didn't retaliate on the spot. At that time, she obviously hated Zualan, but she still subconsciously didn't want to hurt her. Her will conflicted with the intuition she had always relied on, which almost made her collapse. Her whole person seemed to be divided into two halves. One wanted to retaliate against Zualan, and the other wanted to protect Zualan. It was not until she regained her memory that she knew the reason for everything. Gods will play tricks on people. Even if she was not Nonado, or if she regained her memory directly at that time, she would not miss the opportunity to take revenge because of unfounded concerns. After all, Zualan only looked like, not really Nonado's mother. Not Nonado. Qianxuan suddenly realized her thoughts. It turned out that she had been venting her anger on Nonado in her heart and had been resisting the fact that she was Nonado. However, she knew clearly how innocent Nonado was. She was the one who made the real mistake. It was her ignorance and credulity that killed her child. Qianxuan suddenly felt relieved, as if some shackles had been broken. The operation of the Qianwu heart method in her body suddenly accelerated, and she easily broke through the bottleneck of the first level. Chapter 38. Do you still love him? Qianxuan broke through the second level of Qianwu leakage without any warning. It was hard to believe for a moment. She checked several times to make sure she was not dreaming. Could it be obsession? Was it because she had been avoiding things related to Nonado, just as she subconsciously didn't want to see Patian before? The scene after the memory awakened flashed in Qianxuan's mind again and again. Qianxuan's mind became clearer and clearer. She saw clearly that she was subconsciously venting anger, disgust, and even resentment towards Nonado. It turned out that she had always had such an obsession in her heart. How great it would be if I were not Nonado. But the fact is that she is Nonado, a powerful god-level person with an indomitable will, stunning beauty, but loneliness. Qianxuan took a deep breath and opened her eyes again, with determination in her eyes. From this moment on, she is Wu Qianxuan and Nonado Zuo Fan Welsk. She admitted her past and no longer denied herself. But Sasha didn't know how Qianxuan had changed in front of her eyes. Her thoughts were still trapped in Qianxuan's previous story. Then Qianxuan, how did you take revenge on her later? In her eyes, Qianxuan was not the kind of saint who repays evil with kindness. She was not like that before, and she is even less like that now. I didn't do anything. Qianxuan laughed at herself. Zualan looks very much like my mother in my previous life. Although I had no memory at that time, I felt that I didn't want to hurt her. How sad. She lost her child, but she had to let go of the enemy who killed her child. Sasha was stunned. She didn't expect such a bizarre thing to happen. Thinking of Qianxuan's situation at that time, wanting to love, but not being able to love, wanting to hate, but not being able to hate, the lover disappeared, and the pain of losing a child, how much perseverance Qianxuan had to have, but she just changed her temperament, but not crazy. Sasha felt distressed for Qianxuan who was not accompanied by them at that time, and tears could not stop flowing down. Qianxuan on the side was silent, as if she was still immersed in the afterglow of pain. Hey, have you ever thought that it might be Emoki and Zualan who were in cahoots with each other? Sasha said carefully. You can't blame her for thinking so badly. After all, Emoki disappeared at such a bad time. She was also afraid that one day Qianxuan would suddenly discover some unbearable facts and completely collapse. Qianxuan was unexpectedly calm, and her face was even a little soft. Impossible. You don't know. Arki felt that Zualan had ulterior motives towards me from the beginning, and he advised me many times to keep my distance from her. Because of this, I quarreled with him several times. At that time, I just thought that his possessiveness was too strong, and he even interfered with my friendships, which made me very angry with him. Later, when he saw that I didn't listen to his advice, he was very defensive against Zualan. Every time I went out with Zualan, he would ask very clearly and carefully, and he would call every once in a while to ensure my safety. Sasha was speechless, but she still had some doubts in her heart. Since Emoki was very defensive against Zualan, his sudden disappearance might not be caused by Zualan. However, some words can only be mentioned briefly. After all, they are just her guesses. So, Qianxuan, do you still love him? This is a question that Sasha is very concerned about. Qianxuan was stunned. Do you still love him? Thinking of how she seldom thought of him in the past 10 years, she probably didn't love him anymore. However, when she was infected by zombies and thought she was going to die, she wanted to see him. I don't know. Qianxuan's expression was very confused. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. It's not 10 days, nor 10 months. I can't even describe his specific appearance. In these 10 years, I have changed so much, and he has probably changed too. He may have a new lover. Sasha sighed. Yes, it has been 10 years. Now it is the end of the world. It is not certain whether the man named Emoki is still alive. What's the point of talking about love or not? After sending away Sasha, who got what she wanted, Qianxuan sat alone in the living room and was very depressed. She never thought that one day she would be able to tell the story of the past in person. But when she really did it, it was not as difficult as she imagined, nor as difficult to face as she imagined. After all, compared to 10 years ago, she has changed a lot and is no longer as fragile as before. Qianxuan did not feel uncomfortable when she told all the pain that she had suppressed in her heart and never told anyone. Instead, she felt that her whole body and mind were relaxed. Qianxuan didn't know that today's conversation was overheard by a third person. That person was none other than her fourth brother Qianxuan, who had the same father and mother as her. Qianxuan was originally just sweating because of the mission and was going to take a shower when he came back, but he didn't expect to hear Qianxuan and Sasha's conversation in the living room. After listening, his mood was very complicated. He felt guilty for not protecting his sister well, angry at the person who hurt his sister, and more of a heartache for Qianxuan. He wanted to help his sister avenge immediately, but was finally suppressed by reason, and just left silently, even forgetting his original purpose. Qianxuan rested in the room for a while, and planned to go to the logistics regiment to help. The work of the logistics regiment is the most complicated and chaotic in the Legion. When it was just established, the logistics regiment had the least number of people, less than 1,000. With the recruitment of more members and more family members joining, the number has far exceeded the 8 combat regiments, reaching nearly 5,000. Of course, the logistics regiment is not without people participating in the mission, but the tasks these people do are mostly reconnaissance, information collection, or preparing mission equipment for the combat troops. Some of the rest are responsible for cleaning the base, some are responsible for housekeeping, and some are responsible for clerical work. The infirmary and the laboratory of the 4th and 6th ounce are also under the logistics group. Of course, these people in the logistics group have to participate in training every day, so that they can deal with emergencies and protect themselves. After Qianxuan went there, the task assigned to her was to distribute supplies. The Legion distributes supplies once a week. Although there will be concerns about shortages in the future, there is no reduction in the quota at this stage. Each person has a bag of 50 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of vegetables, 2 kilograms of fruits, 5 kilograms of meat, half a kilogram of eggs, and a bucket of pure water. These things are nothing compared to before the end of the world, but they are very rare now. At least compared to other forces, the people of Silver Star are the envy of others. The supplies distributed by Qianxuan are milk and candy snacks, which are only distributed once a month. This is a special quota, and only members with children at home can receive it. Each person has a box of bright pure milk, half a kilogram of candy, a bag of milk tablets, and 2 packs of plums. Qianxuan paid attention when she distributed the things. There were not many children in the army. There were less than 500 children in total. You should know that there were more than 10,000 young and middle-aged people in Silver Star Sky. After the apocalypse, it would be very difficult for children to survive without the protection of adults. After Qianxuan distributed the things, she was about to leave when she heard a noise. A group of people in Silver Star Sky uniforms were walking towards this side. None of them was intact, and they were all injured. What was strange was that everyone had anger and unwillingness on their faces. What's going on? Qianxuan walked over and asked. She had not been at home for nothing these days. Although she did not recognize all the people in the army, she made everyone know her. Miss. Everyone saw her and shouted in unison. Qianxuan's mouth twitched. Every time she heard this title, she was not used to it. Because she did not work in the army, these people followed the servants at home to call her. But every time so many people shouted together, she always felt like she was a savage young lady who bullied others by taking advantage of her power in a TV series. Miss, one of the short men, with a cut on his forehead and half of his face stained with blood, said indignantly, "We can't just let this go. Yes, we can't just let this go. We can't just let this go. We must fight back." This sentence resonated with everyone. What's going on? Qianxuan was even more confused. After hearing her words, everyone quieted down, and the short man spoke again. Today we went to a big supermarket in a town near the capital to collect supplies. It's a very good place, surrounded by zombies, but there is a local in our team who knows a safe way to avoid zombies, so we have always gone to that big supermarket to collect supplies. We are familiar with the place and have never had any problems. We have already emptied half of it, and it won't take long to move it all out. But today we were tricked by the government. Chapter 39, Space Power User. Qianxuan frowned. What did the government do? She subconsciously disliked the word government. Those bastards threw firecrackers next to us, and we were chased by zombies for a whole street. If Ahu hadn't been familiar with the terrain there and led us through the sewers, we wouldn't have been able to come back. The man wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve, and when we went back, we found that the remaining things in the supermarket had been moved away. Wait, Qianxuan was surprised. You said the supermarket was moved away? Yes, there is nothing left. The man also felt that something seemed to be wrong this time. No, I didn't see them driving a large transport vehicle. Did I not see it clearly? As he said, he turned his head and asked his teammates with his eyes. I didn't see it either. No, I don't remember. Me too. That, at this time, a dark-skinned man said hesitantly, I saw a delicate woman in their team. What's so strange? There are also women in our Legion's combat group. A short and fat man with a leg injury next to him said on his shoulder. No, it's different. The man seemed to be not good at speaking. It's just that the woman was wearing a skirt and putting on makeup. Her skin was tender and white, like a woman kept at home. You mean, that woman doesn't look like a combatant at all? Qianxuan understood what he meant. The man nodded repeatedly. Qianxuan pondered and felt that something was a bit strange, so he asked them to simply treat their wounds and then took them to Wu Wanse's office. After listening to Qianxuan's story, Wu Wanse's expression did not change at all. It seems that my previous guess was not wrong. The space power does exist. You mean someone's power is to have a space? Qianxuan was surprised. You know, she has a top-level space magic talent, but she can't have a space out of thin air. At most, as a space mage and alchemist, she can use her magic properties to refine space props. Here, those who followed Qianxuan also began to whisper. Space, isn't that something that only appears in fantasy novels? However, they thought that the Legion had already started to practice magic and fighting spirit, and that was only in novels before, so they felt that space was no big deal. There were so many supplies in the Legion, maybe there was space. It must be said that they found out the truth. Chief of Staff, the short man asked before, will this matter be let go? He was still thinking about revenge. The others also looked at Wu Wan's eagerly, fearing that he would let it go. Of course it won't be let go. None of the 8 major clans would not protect their shortcomings. But we can't act rashly for the time being. When these people heard this, they immediately smiled. They were very angry today, and they must let those bastards taste the feeling of being chased by zombies. The injured were sent back to recuperate, but Qianxuan was left behind by Wu Wan's. Qianxuan raised his eyebrows and cast a questioning look at Wu Wan's. Wu Wan's pointed to the chair next to her and asked her to sit down. I want to ask if you have any other space props. It would be best if they are the same as the ones we use and cannot be stolen by killing people. Qianxuan thought about it carefully and found that there really was one. She imitated the one of Zuo Fan's family when she just became a god-level alchemist. Although it is slightly inferior due to the material, it is also a small top-grade one. With a thought, a silver blue exquisite box appeared in Qianxuan's hand. Compared with the silver box she took out before, this box is much smaller, only the size of an adult's palm. Qianxuan opened the box, and what appeared in front of her was not a ring, but a floating teardrop-shaped gemstone with colorful colors. How do I use this? Wu Wan's came over and asked. It's the same as our space rings. After dripping blood to recognize the owner, it will become a tattoo attached to the owner. One disadvantage is that this box cannot recognize the owner, so it will be very troublesome if it is taken away. In addition, the largest space of these gems is only 500 square meters, and the smallest is only 100 square meters, which is a big gap from our 5,000 square meters. This was her first work after becoming a god-level alchemist. At that time, she was afraid of making mistakes and wasting materials, so the materials she used were precious but not rare. It's enough. Wu once took the palm-sized box. After I distribute these space props, I will give the box to you for safekeeping. Space cannot contain space, and Qianxuan's inheritance realm is the safest place. Fifth uncle, are you going to distribute these space props to the people in the Legion? This was the only purpose she thought of for the fifth uncle. Wu Wance's fingers rubbed the lines on the box in his hand carelessly. Well, I had this idea a long time ago, and what happened just now made me determined. Is there anything wrong with what happened just now? Is there something she doesn't know? Wu Wance raised his hand and rubbed his brows. If I'm not mistaken, the space ability user is Ping Xiuan. Ping Xiuan? Qianxuan was startled and stood up suddenly. Shouldn't she be an entity? Ping Xiuan is Ping Jianglui's granddaughter, but she has never been favored by Ping Jianglui. Yes, the Ping family has always been more female than male, and there is never a shortage of girls. She has no skills, and is very willful. Originally, Ping Xiuan had nothing to do with the Wu family, but that woman was madly obsessed with her ninth brother Qianqiu. At that time, Ping Jianglui also wanted to contain the Wu family through marriage, and secretly indulged Ping Xiuan's behavior. However, Ping Xiuan later disfigured a senior sister that Qianqiu had some feelings for, forcing her to jump off the building and commit suicide, which made Qianqiu hate her very much. Finally, Wu Yuan came forward to pressure Ping Jianglui to exile Ping Xiuan to end city. Yi Pingjiang was cruel to the abandoned child. Even if it was his own granddaughter, he would not use any soldiers to rescue Ping Xiuan after the doomsday. Then, if Ping Xiuan awakened her space ability and became useful again, it would be understandable. However, that woman was too paranoid. Although she was not a bad person by nature, her obsession with Jiuja was obvious to a blind man. Qianxuan did not think that Ping Xiuan would change in a few years. It was possible that she would get worse. And with her temper, it was entirely possible that she would die together if she could not get it. Then, Uncle Wu, should we strike first? Qianxuan made a gesture of wiping her neck. She would never show mercy to those who might hurt her relatives. No, Wu Wance objected. He was not speaking out of conscience, but there must be many people protecting her now. If we act rashly, we will not only fail, but also get into trouble. If the government parties unite to deal with us, Qianxuan, we will be in trouble. But Qianxuan was still worried. Then a time bomb is too dangerous for brother Jiu. I know. Wu Wan's poured himself a cup of cold tea. His dark eyes narrowed slightly. So we have to plan for the long term, and we can always find their loopholes. What we have to do at this stage is to use space props to compete for more supplies and reduce the constraints we are subject to. As for the follow-up, I will make careful arrangements. Seeing the narrowed eyes of the fifth uncle, Qianxuan couldn't help but shudder. Someone was going to be in big trouble. When she was a child, the seventh brother who loved sweets would always cheat her of her lollipops. Once, the fifth uncle who passed by saw him, and he had the same expression as now. As a result, the next day, the seventh brother was thrown into the military camp and didn't eat sweets for 3 months. However, thinking that the government would most likely be the unlucky one this time, Qianxuan couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, with a bang, the door was pushed open, and Wu Wanhao walked in cursing. I'm so pissed off, that son of a bitch Jiangsu. He snatched the herbal tea from Wu Wan's hand, and drank it in 2 or 3 gulps. Qianxuan looked at the hideous wound on his exposed arm. Uncle Six, are you okay? The wound had not yet completely scabbed over, and blood was oozing out. As if he suddenly discovered Qianxuan, Wu Wanhao pulled Qianxuan into his arms and held him like a child. Uncle Six's baby Xuanxun, you'd better be careful when you go out next time. Qianxuan was embarrassed. Uncle Six, what's wrong with you again? Chapter 40 The Calm Before the Storm. Qianxuan was confused by Wu Wanhao's sudden action. Wu Wan's pulled Qianxuan out of Wu Wanhao's arms, gave Wu Wanhao a glare, and said, "Sixth brother, restrain yourself." Wu Wanhao shuddered and realized that he was indeed a little out of tune before, so he touched his nose embarrassedly. I was scared by what happened before, and I didn't pay attention for a while. Qianxuan puzzled, what happened? Wu Wanhao glared, it was that bastard Jiangsu. When we were on a mission today, and taking a break, because of the hot weather, a beautiful female psychic in the group went to the nearby river alone to wash her face. As a result, she was drugged by the fire dragon's people. When we found her, she had been stripped naked by 2 men, and was almost raped. Qianxuan frowned, are the qualities of the fire dragon so poor? As a woman, she instinctively hated such things. Wu once ignored him, took out a new cup, slowly poured a cup of cold tea, and took a sip. Didn't you go to Jiangsu to ask for an explanation? He didn't think his brother was so good-tempered. Bullshit. Wu Wanhao cursed. The most shameless one is Jiangsu, who puts on a smiling face and says words that sound good, but every word is implying that it is our fault. He just said lightly, sorry, my men didn't recognize that it was Yunzinkang, and exposed the matter. I have never suffered such a bird's humiliation. Qianxuan frowned even more tightly, and many problems can be seen from that sentence. What do you mean by not recognizing that it was Yunzinkang's people? If it was someone else without power, what happened today would be the result. She guessed that this kind of thing must not be the first time today, and she didn't know how many girls had been ruined. Wu once tapped the desk a few times. It seems that the information about the fire dragon we got before is true. What information? Qianxuan and Wu Wanhao asked in unison, not knowing what was going on. Wu Wanhao leaned against his desk. There is a saying among the fire dragons. They believe that people with special abilities are the new humans, and ordinary people are eliminated species, and living is just a waste of food. They think highly of themselves, and have abandoned their former partners who are not special abilities, thinking that only people with special abilities are worthy of them. You mean they divide special abilities and ordinary people into different races? Qianxuan was surprised. There are really all kinds of strange things in this world. Do they specifically target special abilities? Wu Wanhao's focus was different from hers. Wu Wanhao nodded slightly, not knowing whose question he was answering, but both of them understood. Wu Wanhao grabbed Qianxuan's hand and said, Xuan, you must be careful when you go on missions in the future. Don't forget to wear your uniform, and stay away from people who see the fire dragon. In Wu Wanhao's eyes, his niece is a hot commodity, and everyone wants to take a bite. At this time, He has forgotten that Qianxuan's strength is not worse than his. Wu once also agreed. Indeed, Qianxuan, although you are strong, you can't be careful about drugs. He was worried that Qianxuan would rely on her strength and not take the people of Fire Dragon seriously, and then she would be in trouble. Qianxuan wanted to say that her body was immune to all poisons, but when she thought of the zombie virus she was infected with last time, she stopped talking. Although she felt that it was a miracle that a zombie virus could affect her body on Earth, the possibility of another exception was really small, so she decided to be more cautious. Okay, I'll pay attention. Qianxuan seemed very well behaved and suggested, by the way, also let the people in the Legion pay attention to it. Try to wear uniforms when on a mission. In addition, most of the people in the logistics group don't wear uniforms, but they don't go out. For their safety, uniforms should also be distributed. Although uniforms are very practical, because of the weather, many people are unwilling to wear tightly wrapped uniforms, and no one forces them to wear them. Do you have any uniforms? Wu once was a little worried. He had distributed 2 sets to each person before, and the remaining stock in his hands was not even enough for 200 sets. Yes, there are. Qianxuan used her mental power to enter the warehouse in the space and explored it. It's just that there are not many of the previous ones with black background and silver patterns. Instead, there are many ones with white background and gold patterns. The style and fabric are the same as the previous ones. The Qianxuan family used to send out 2 colors together and then wear them according to personal preference. She didn't take that kind before, mainly because black is more resistant to dirt. Wu once understood her concerns at once. It doesn't matter. The people in the logistics group are less likely to go on missions, so it's not easy to get dirty. And the uniforms you give are easy to wash. The fabric will fall off as soon as it gets wet, but it's better for us to produce them ourselves. After all, with the evolution of zombies, the uniforms are getting more and more damaged. Qianxuan was infected with the zombie virus because her sleeves were cut by a 3rd level zombie in the battle last time. Qianxuan was surprised. She didn't know that the uniform she took out had such convenience. Don't worry about it. These uniforms are all produced by alchemy. I have them in my space, and there is no shortage of fabric. The uniforms of the Qianxuan family's guards have not changed for hundreds of thousands of years, because these uniforms are not made by manpower, but mass-produced by alchemy, and the style cannot be changed at all. Of course, over the past hundreds of thousands of years, the fabrics of these uniforms have become worse and worse. The fabrics in the warehouse of the Heritage Realm are indeed numerous, but for those who do not recognize the master of the Heritage Realm by the soul of the Heritage Realm, but become the master of the Heritage Realm through blood recognition, the Heritage Realm is actually very pitfalls. He can store things in the warehouse, but cannot take anything out. But the people of the Qianxuan family believe that there will always be a clan member who can make the soul of the Heritage Realm recognize the master, so they store any precious things in the warehouse. In this way, with hundreds of thousands of years of only taking in and not taking out, you can imagine how rich the collection in the warehouse of the Heritage Realm is. It is also because there has been no clan member who can make the soul of the Heritage Realm recognize the master that the Qianxuan family will gradually decline. Of course, the Heritage Realm is not useless. At least when the Wilsk family massacred the Qianxuan family, they got nothing valuable, except a pile of corpses and empty clan land. No, 6th brother. Wu once looked at Wu Wanhao suspiciously. You were so angry with Jiangsu, but you didn't do anything. After saying that, he looked at the hideous wound on his hand meaningfully. Qianxuan also cast a suspicious look at Wu Wanhao. She had felt that something was wrong before, and it turned out to be here. Wu Wanhao quickly hid his arm behind his back, but facing the undisguised scrutiny of Qianxuan and Wu Wanse, his face became redder and redder, and he couldn't help but shout in a bluffing manner, "It's not that I can't beat him, it's that they are too despicable. 4 people are against me, with fire, ice, and lightning, and 1 person can control gravity, and they are all 2nd level like me. In order to protect my men, I had to retreat strategically." Puff. Qianxuan couldn't help laughing. 6th uncle, you are completely confessing yourself, and you are retreating strategically. Isn't it just running away? You actually learned to play word games. Hearing Qianxuan's laughter, Wu Wanhao's face flushed red. Wu Wans did not laugh at him. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he actually praised him. Not bad. You didn't try to be a hero this time. Otherwise, you might not have come back this time. Faced with Wu Wans's rare praise, Wu Wanhao was at a loss. Of course, he was not shy, but guilty. If it weren't for the safety of his men, he would definitely not choose to escape. He originally planned to go to Jiangsu alone to settle accounts after he came back. But when he came back, he met Wu Wanyan. After listening to what his men had said, the other party felt it necessary to let Wu Wans know, so he asked him to come over and tell the story. Just now, he was still thinking about going out to take revenge alone. Qianxuan noticed the next sentence of Wu Wans. Uncle Wu, is there anything wrong with this? It's too coincidental. Wu Wans's expression was very calm. The person who was knocked unconscious happened to be a member of our legion, and that person happened to be the subordinate of the brave, but reckless Lao Liu, and the only 4 second level superpowers of Fire Dragon actually gathered together by such a coincidence. Qianxuan heard the calm before the storm from it. Chapter 41 Waiting. Qianxuan was shocked. Did they plan to kill Uncle Six in advance? Compared to Qianxuan, Wu Wanhao, the person involved, didn't care and hummed complacently. So that smiling tiger wants to kill me. Do you really think I've been a vegetarian for so many years and can be manipulated by him at will? At this moment, he had forgotten that he almost jumped into the pit. However, what Wu Wanhao said was not all big talk. There is a story about why Wu Wanhao joined the army. When Wu Wanhao was a child, he was very naughty. He was completely beyond the scope of people hate dogs. Everyone who saw him wanted to beat him up. But he was very slippery since he was a child. He was often chased half a street. The people who chased him were almost exhausted, but he was still alive and kicking. Later, he smashed Wu Yuan's favorite Duan Inkstone. The old man was furious and threw the fat boy, who was just 6 years old, into the military camp. He also specifically ordered him to suffer a little. People at that time were more honest than now. The suffering Wu Wanhao suffered was not watered at all. However, relying on his natural strength and agility, Wu Wanhao adapted to the situation in less than 3 months and was able to handle it with ease. In the end, Wu Wanhao spent all his time in the military camp except for returning home once a week. He did not even go to school formally. All his cultural knowledge was taught by the political commissar in the army. When he grew up, it was natural for him to join the army. This also resulted in Wu Wanhao being a real bastard and very violent compared to the well-educated Wu family. The rolling around in the military camp, since he was a child, made him more and more slippery, especially when running away. So, don't look at Wu Wanhao's big and strong body, always yelling for a fight. When he really thinks he can't win, he runs faster than anyone else. Even if he really goes to find Jiangsu today, he will be injured, but he will definitely not die. In fact, the most angry person is the seemingly calm Wu Wans. First it was the government, and now it's the Fire Dragon, one after another, completely treating him as a decoration. However, no matter how angry he was, he did not show it on his face, and there was nothing unusual in what he said. What Wu Wans valued was never what was said, but what was done. And Qianxuan, she was very angry at this time because someone actually wanted to kill her relatives. For her, it was simply touching her reverse scale. No one knew what was going through Wu Wans's mind. He just drank the herbal tea in his hand slowly and then sent Qianxuan and Wu Wanhao away very calmly. Qianxuan originally had many questions to ask Uncle Wu, but when she saw his unpredictable expression, she swallowed the words in her mouth and left obediently. Coming out of the office, along the way, Qianxuan found that many people were discussing today's events enthusiastically, and several people were so excited that they couldn't control their voices, so she heard the condemnation of the government and the Fire Dragon. It seems that the matter has spread. In the following days, Qianxuan began to take the special team out on missions again. Ruinming, Yizin, Xiao Mutao, CC and Wei Wei's abilities have all been upgraded to the 2nd level, and Lu Zhi and Dongzi's magic has also been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the strength of the entire special team has been greatly improved. Out of selfishness, Qianxuan helped Dongzi and Xiao Mutao get the quota for the distribution of space props this time, which made the two who had always envied her for having space props very happy. After several missions, and through one battle after another, the members of the special team began to have a preliminary tacit understanding. Although they could only use skills that did not hurt or hinder their teammates, it was still a big improvement. Qianxuan's understanding of superpowers is getting deeper and deeper. Compared with magic and fighting spirit, superpowers are more like a kind of ability that is biased towards pure mental power, somewhat similar to the illusions she had seen before. At the beginning of the battle, Ruinming, Yizin and CC's use of superpowers was always too monotonous. Air compression, fireballs, lightning, without any technical content. Out of the confidence of a former powerful person in the god realm who is quite familiar with the theory of energy, Qianxuan suggested that they change the way they use superpowers to make the trajectory of the battle more varied. At first, they didn't understand why. When Qianxuan gave examples, they tried to control the chemical composition of the air to compress and explode, change the composition of the air to a flammable environment so that Sis's fire ability could be used more, control the water content in the air to increase so that it is easier to conduct electricity, turn the fireball into other forms such as fire whips and fire nets, control the subtle lightning to paralyze the opponent's movements. As Qianxuan gave examples one by one, the light in the eyes of the three people became brighter and brighter. Next, the three people devoted themselves to various attempts at their own abilities, and even Xiaomu and Weiwei began to think hard about the use of their own abilities. At the beginning, there were always many failures, but gradually their successes increased, and they were very good at drawing inferences from one example, and thought of many application methods that even Qianxuan would be amazed. The most surprising thing was Sissy, who proposed to attach fire to the surface of the body, which could both attack and defend. At first, Qianxuan thought that this application method was good, but it required very strong control, otherwise it would be easy to hurt himself, so he asked him to be careful when trying. Just as Qianxuan said, when Sissy started practicing, there was not a single piece of good skin on his hands. Just when Qianxuan thought that Sissy would give up soon, because of his childish fear of pain, he actually gritted his teeth and persisted. Seeing the determination in Sis's eyes that had never been there before, Qianxuan couldn't help but feel distressed, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The end of the world is indeed an era that urges people to grow up. With the unremitting practice and practical application in combat, the special team's fighting methods have become more and more, and the mobility as the team's advantage has become stronger and stronger. In fact, they encountered second-level zombies several times. Although they would be embarrassed to deal with them alone, they could solve them without being slightly injured. Once, Yizin suddenly mentioned on a whim that the special team did not have a formal name, and it was always called special team without any special meaning. Qianxuan thought so he let everyone freely put forward their opinions, and finally adopted the Falcon team proposed by Lu Zhi. Falcon means brave and fierce, and it is also a free king of the sky, which is very suitable for them. In several missions, because everyone has space props, the Falcon team has a good harvest, which makes Dongzi, who is very obsessed with food, very excited every time. However, every time when going on a mission, Qianxuan always avoids the scorching sun. I don't know why. The weather has been getting hotter and hotter recently, and the highest temperature has been around 39 degrees. Every day, someone in the Legion suffers from heat stroke due to missions, but no one complains. Because of the cultivation method and space props, everyone is very motivated now, and they can't wait to run 10 missions a day and bring back all the supplies outside with space props. It can be said that the entire Legion is now in a process of accumulation. From the increasingly hot weather now, it is not difficult to guess that one day the weather will be so hot that people can't go out at all, so everyone in the city is trying to store food for future survival. Qianxuan has been waiting for Uncle Wu's action. Although the Legion is now calm, it is also trying to avoid conflicts with other forces, as if Yunzing Khan does not want to get into trouble with them and break the balance of the capital. Qianxuan didn't think that Uncle Wu would just let go of the previous events. She guessed that Uncle Wu was probably waiting for the best opportunity to strike at the other party and protect himself. Again, none of the 8 clans would not protect their shortcomings. They were born not to swallow their anger. The reason why she thought so was not only based on her understanding of Uncle Wu, but also her own observations. In the recent missions, they heard people mention several times that Ping Xiuan, the granddaughter of General Ping, was a rare space ability user, and the key point was that Ping Xiuan was a delicate beauty. Those people were mostly small hunting teams and members of Fire Dragon and Tiger Roar. Qianxuan didn't believe that General Ping's cautiousness and cunningness would allow Ping Xiuan's situation to be revealed everywhere. Intuitively, Qianxuan felt that her Uncle Wu had a hand in this matter. However, she believed that Uncle Wu's meticulous mind would not let anyone find out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Departure. The day of departure soon arrived with the anticipation of the people in the city. On this day, the 3rd to 8th combat groups of Silver Star gathered at the gate of the base. For this operation, Wu Wanli, the commander of the corps and the commander of the 1st combat group, and Zhao Lin, the deputy commander of the corps and the commander of the 2nd combat group, led their subordinates to stay at the base just in case. In order to avoid casualties, the logistics group did not go out at all. At Wu Wanli's order, a small number of people boarded the military truck, and the majority of the rest followed closely behind in a neat queue. On the way out of the city, many free hunting teams saw their team and followed behind to gather outside the city. Qianxuan, who was sitting on the military truck, looked back from the window and couldn't help but be amazed at the dense crowd of heads. When they arrived outside the city, except for the government, Hu Long and Hu Xiao had arrived before them, and Qianxuan followed Uncle Wu and the others to say hello. It was the first time she saw the leaders of Fire Dragon and Tiger Roar. She originally thought that they could lead such a large force. Even if they were not old men, they should be at least in their 50s. However, the fact was completely beyond her expectations. Jiangsu, the leader of Fire Dragon, was a man in his 30s, of medium height, slightly fat, and average appearance. He just gave people a kind of approachable affinity. He seemed to have a smiling face all year round, smiling like a Buddha. Thinking of what she had learned indirectly about him before, Qianxuan couldn't help but sigh in her heart that one should not judge a person by his appearance. What surprised Qianxuan even more was Qin Xiang. From his appearance, he was only in his early 20s. However, looking at his very obvious baby face, Qianxuan felt that his actual age should be over 30. But is he really from a gang? That baby face is so cute, isn't it? Qianxuan was looking at each other, and Jiangsu and Qin Xiang were also looking at their people. So far, even if everyone did not have superpowers, magic and fighting spirit had reached the 1st level, and the color of their eyes changed according to their attributes. So when Jiangsu and Qin Xiang looked at them, the first thing they saw was the pairs of eyes of different colors. The two of them didn't know about magic and fighting spirit, they just thought it was superpowers, and they were both shocked. When they saw Wu Wanli's blue eyes at the meeting before, they thought he was just an exception, but they didn't expect to be so shocked today. After the two sides introduced each other, Jiangsu and Qin Xiang's hearts sank. This group of people are actually all from the Wu family. Not only those with the surname Wu, but even some wives of other surnames are superpowers. Could it be that the awakening of superpowers is related to blood relationship? The two couldn't help but think of the rumors they had heard about the 8 major clans before. It is said that the people of the 8 major clans are all handsome men and beautiful women, and they like to marry each other. Before, when they saw Wu Wanli, who was ordinary in appearance, they thought it was an exaggeration of the rumors. Now seeing a row of handsome men and beautiful women, they know that Wu Wanli is a genetic mutation. However, the two of them thought that, since the 8 major clans like to marry each other, that means most of the Wu family's daughters-in-law have the blood of the 8 major clans. Could it be that the 8 major clans really have genetic genes in terms of superpowers? Jiangsu couldn't help but have some bad thoughts in his mind, thinking about whether to marry a woman from the 8 major clans. Otherwise, if his child can't awaken superpowers in the future, he will lose face. Qianxuan also had similar thoughts in his mind, but his starting point was completely different from Jiangsu. He thought that in this world, it is very difficult to survive without superpowers, and he naturally hopes that his children can have a smoother life. Moreover, he admired the fact that the whole family of the Wu family, regardless of gender, age or children, came out to participate in the mission. There is no harm in marrying with such a family. At the same time, both of them paid a little attention to Qianxuan. It's not that they coveted Qianxuan's beauty. Although Qianxuan was beautiful, the sisters-in-law standing beside her at this time were not much different. People like them who have rich experience will appreciate a beautiful woman like Qianxuan, but they will not lose their composure. What caught their attention was that Qianxuan's hair and eyes were not black, and they were obviously not dyed. It was the first time for them to see a superpower with such a mutated appearance, and they all speculated whether the other party had any particularly powerful superpowers. While the three of them were talking to each other, the government motorcade drove out of the city. After the car stopped, embarking and Qianxuan came over to greet everyone. Compared with the previous two, embarking was a real old man in his 50s, while Qianxuan was young. Just seeing Jiangzong's grandson, the people of the 8 clans couldn't help but frown and turn their eyes away. Qianxuan looked carefully and saw that the government, Silver Star, Fire Dragon and Tiger Or teams were clearly divided and occupied their own sides. Compared to the disciplined style of the Qianxuan troops, the people of Huxio seemed to be disorganized, but they had their own fierce spirit. In comparison, the Hualong team made Qianxuan frown. As a retired soldier, seeing such an undisciplined team, he was not very comfortable. It was not that Qianxuan was overly demanding, but the team of several hundred people was too scattered. If those people were not all superpowered, Qianxuan would definitely regard that group of people as a mob. According to the number of people in Qianxuan, Qianxuan estimated with his naked eyes that Hualong and Huxio should be all out, and most of the government people also came. The largest number of people were those scattered free hunting teams, which were twice the number of the forces of several parties combined. Over there, Wu Wans and the leaders of several parties had already negotiated the order of the team's march. The government took the lead, Hualong was second, Huxio was third, and Qianxuan was the last. As for those hunting teams, no one managed them before they arrived at the destination. Before setting off, embarking didn't know what was going on, but he actually stood on the carriage with a loudspeaker to give mobilization meeting to everyone. Qianxuan was speechless. He was not afraid of attracting zombies. You know, this is outside the city. After nearly half an hour of whining, Wu Wanhao couldn't stand it anymore, so he jumped on the carriage and pulled him down, and everyone was able to set off. Because Qianxuan was at the end, by the time their convoy started, a quarter of an hour had passed. For Qianxuan, at the beginning of this mission, she was still interested in looking at the scenery outside, but later she felt bored. Because they had to take into account the people following on foot, the speed of the military truck was like a turtle. At first, it was still a novel experience like riding a tour bus, but later it became unbearable. Along the way, because of the large team, the zombies they encountered were solved in a few seconds. In this way, Qianxuan didn't even have the opportunity to stretch her muscles. She was very depressed, but she could only stay in the car. Of course, things didn't go smoothly. At least in the past 2 days, the conflicts between the government and the Fire Dragon have never stopped. One side thinks the other side is arrogant, and the other side thinks the other side is arrogant. It was only because of the purpose of this time that they were stopped by their respective leaders before the fight. However, the resentment between the two sides is getting deeper and deeper, and it will explode one day. In comparison, Huxio and Qianxuan, who are in the back, get along well. The main reason is that the leaders of the two sides are more reasonable people, and their subordinates are very measured. One side is humble and tolerant, and the other side is straightforward and generous. Occasional conflicts are quickly reconciled, and the two teams actually have a good friendship. After enduring a few days of boring journey, Qianxuan was really crazy. In the end, he simply covered his head and slept when the military truck was slowly moving. When he stopped to rest at night, he sneaked out alone and turned day and night upside down. Of course, when he went out alone, Qianxuan used the convenience of mental power at night to rob many convenience stores and residents. These may not seem like much, but when accumulated one by one, the number is also considerable. Of course, she also encountered a lot of zombies, but the highest one was only the second level, which could not pose a threat to her at all, and she got so many brain cores in vain. Wu once was not unaware of Qianxuan's behavior at night, but he thought that with her strength, she would not encounter too much danger, so he turned a blind eye. In this way, as Qianxuan was enjoying herself day and night, the team was getting closer and closer to the camp of the 50,137th Army. Qianxuan also began to go out less at night, slowly accumulating energy to prepare for the upcoming action. Chapter 43 Qianxuan. On the night of the 9th day of the departure, when they were still nearly 5 kilometers away from the 50,137th unit, the leading government convoy gave the order to rest on the spot. The reason why they were so careless and did not explore in advance before deciding the resting place was that after a few days of rushing on the road, everyone found that with so many people on the road at the same time, no matter how hidden the resting place was, the smell would attract nearby zombies. Fortunately, their numbers were really an advantage, and there were not many casualties. As soon as the car stopped, Qianxuan also woke up from a good sleep and yawned and got out of the car slowly. Here, everyone had set up a big pot and was busy cooking dinner. Because of the rush, they only had hot food in the morning and evening, and they ate dry food at noon. Even so, the government and the free hunting teams were jealous, and they were always drooling at the aroma of the food. Looking at the only government that ate dry food for 3 meals, Qianxuan couldn't help frowning. The free hunting team was understandable. After all, because gasoline was hard to come by, most of them didn't drive, so they naturally couldn't bring those cumbersome kitchen utensils, so they could only make do with dry food. But what about the government? She didn't believe that the government's food was so scarce. Most of the government's troops were soldiers. Although their current positions were different from hers, they still felt a sense of intimacy. Qianxuan felt even more disgusted by the government's mistreatment of the soldiers who usually fought zombies and collected supplies. Seeing that they had set up temporary stoves, everyone started to light the fire and put the pot on. Qianxuan quickly threw a small water bowl to wash the rice, cut a clean chicken into pieces, poured it into the pot with chopped vegetables, and then threw in 2 small water bowls. After everything was ready, she covered the pot and started to cook porridge. Don't look at it as if it was very rich. You have to know that such a pot of porridge is a dinner of 8 people, and most of it is rice, so there is not much meat and vegetable flavor. In addition to a bowl of porridge, there are also hot buns, which are unlimited. After all, the appetite of many people in the Legion varies greatly. Even so, the people from Huzhou on the side were jealous. After the apocalypse, it was okay in the first few days. They were able to get some vegetables, meat, and some fruits. After a long time, most of those things went bad because there was no freezer to store them. No one provided fresh food, except for some livestock that grew in the fields and lived. They could not be found anywhere else, and the people from Huzhou had not eaten a meal with meat and vegetables for a long time. When the meal was served, Qianxuan couldn't help but sympathize with Qianxuan, who was drinking porridge silently beside her. For a few days, every time they had a break, Qianxuan would run from the front of the team to Yinzingkang to find her 9th brother. Even Qianxuan couldn't help but be amazed at her persistence. You know, because there were so many people, the distance between the head and the tail of the entire team was nearly 100 kilometers, and she could actually run back and forth every day. Moreover, every time she came, Qianxuan would put down whatever she was doing immediately and get into the car, ignoring her no matter how noisy she was outside. As a result, the next day, she continued to work hard without being discouraged. Every time, Qianxuan felt complicated when she saw Qianxuan like this. No matter who came to see her, Qianxuan was willful and capricious, and could not be considered a good woman. But to be fair, she was not a big villain. For brother Jiu, she paid a lot without regrets. Obviously, she was a willful and capricious girl, but in front of brother Jiu, she restrained all her edges and corners, and was gentle and lovely. That kind of gentleness and cuteness was not deliberately pretended, but the peace that naturally appeared when facing the joy and happiness of the person she liked. Even for brother Jiu, Ping Ziyuan had always been trying to please the people of the Wu family and her, the only sister of brother Jiu. But now, they are about to hurt this innocent girl, just because her love is too paranoid and too dangerous. Even without knowing the specific arrangements of Uncle Wu, it was not difficult for Qianxuan to guess that Ping Ziyuan must be a very important role in this plan. Qianxuan silently ate the porridge in her hand and the somewhat dry buns. She felt a little heavy, right? In order to survive, there will be more and more such things in the future. Just when she finished her meal and washed the empty bowl with a small water bowl, Ping Ziyuan arrived as scheduled in a military jeep. Ping Ziyuan opened the door and got off the car happily, and then couldn't wait to look around for Qianqiu's figure, but found nothing. Guessing that Qianqiu had hidden in the car again, Ping Ziyuan's originally bright eyes dimmed. However, she did not leave, nor did she make a fuss like in the first few days. She just stood there quietly, staring closely at the military truck where Qianqiu was. Time passed little by little, and just when Ping Ziyuan thought she would return disappointed again, a voice called her name. She turned her head and found that it was Qianxuan who called her. She couldn't help but be flattered. You know, ever since she did that thing, the people in the Wu family, who had a relatively mild attitude towards her, have become very dissatisfied with her. When she came over a few days ago, no one paid any attention to her. Seeing Qianxuan waving at her, she did not dare to delay and trotted over. Looking at Ping Ziyuan, who was sweating from running so fast, Qianxuan pointed to the empty space beside her and motioned her to sit down. Ping Ziyuan was not as picky about the dirty floor as usual. She sat down without hesitation and turned to look at Qianxuan eagerly. Qianxuan looked at Ping Ziyuan carefully and found that she had not changed much in the past few years. She had a small oval face and bright facial features. Because she came to see Brother 9, she put on delicate makeup on her face. The light pink dress made her look particularly youthful and lively. Qianxuan didn't know why she was called, she just did it when she thought of it. Now, she didn't know what to say. Finally, she found a more common topic. How have you been in city these years? Not bad. Grandpa helped me prepare a nice apartment and also found me a part-time job. She did not say how much she missed Qianqiu in these years, fearing that Qianxuan would be unhappy. And I have learned a lot of useful things. I can make Earl Grey tea now. Although I'm not as good as Grandma Wu, I'm not as bad as before. I also learned cooking, and the results are average, but the cod fillet and caviar I made are very good. Even the chef who taught me said they are very authentic. I can play billiards now. Although my level is average, at least I will not be like before, not even understanding the rules and hitting the cue ball into the pocket. Also, I have collected a lot of glass jade. The quality is very good. Ping Ziyuan said happily, with happiness in her eyes, but Qianxuan became more and more silent. What she said, whether it was Earl Grey tea, cod fillet and caviar, or billiards and glass jade, were all what Qianqiu liked. How can you like someone so that your life is what he likes? Ziyuan, why do you like brother Jiu? Unable to listen any longer, Qianxuan could not help but interrupt her irritably, with a very aggressive tone, as if blaming her for not liking others. Ping Ziyuan was obviously a little scared. Qianxuan, I really like Qianqiu. I know I did something wrong before, and I will never do it again. And Grandpa has punished me. Please forgive me. Tell Qianqiu, tell him that I know I was wrong. I will change, and ask him not to see me. At the end, there was already a cry in her words. Looking at such a humble Ping Ziyuan, Qianxuan couldn't say a word. Ping Ziyuan, who was standing aside, was even more uneasy when she saw her not speaking. Okay, it's late, you go back. Qianxuan's voice was a little weak, but Ping Ziyuan's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Although Qianxuan did not agree to her request, at least she did not refuse, which was tantamount to a ray of hope for her. She glanced at the military truck, where Qianxuan was reluctantly, and then turned to walk towards the military jeep she took when she came. Halfway through the walk, she suddenly ran back, stuffed a bag of things into Qianxuan's hand, and then turned and ran away, as if she was afraid that she would refuse. Qianxuan opened the bag, and inside were her two favorite fruits, lychees and strawberries, which looked fresh. Qianxuan was not happy in her heart, not only because she didn't need these fruits, but more because she felt that she couldn't bear her kindness to her. Chapter 44 Red-Eyed Monster. Qianxuan stood there in a daze holding the bag of fruit. At this time, Qianxuan had already walked down from the military card. Looking at the stunned Qianxuan, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Qianxuan looked up and found that it was Qianxuan. She held the bag of fruit in her hand in front of him and said, "Pingzhuan stuffed it in my hand when she left." She didn't even realize that she was crying when she spoke. Looking at the two kinds of fruits that Qianxuan liked to eat in the bag, he also fell silent. After a long while, Qianxuan suddenly asked, "Brother Jiu, have you ever liked Pingzhuan a little bit, just a little bit?" She didn't know where the impulse came from and wanted to ask for Pingzhuan. Qianxuan's face was a little pale, and he lowered his eyelids quietly. After a while, when Qianxuan thought Qianxuan would not answer, Qianxuan's voice sounded in her ears, "Maybe I liked you. When a person likes you not for your appearance, not for your family background, nor for your talent, but just because you are you, then even the most hard-hearted person will not be unmoved." However, what happened back then made me realize that Pingzhuan's love is too paranoid, too desperate, like a moth to a flame. Such a passionate feeling is too hurtful to others and myself, and it is not what I want. Qianxuan was silent. "Yes, it is too hurtful to others and myself." Qianxuan quietly leaned his body on the military card, raised his head slightly, and looked at the starry sky above. He seemed to see that summer, he was dragged by the department head to participate in the school basketball game. The girl under the court arrogantly pushed away the basketball club manager who was holding a towel and mineral water, but turned around and saw him crying anxiously when he was deliberately knocked down by his opponent on the court. At this time, Wu Wance's arrival broke the peace between them. "Zhuangxun, go and rest." Wu Wance grabbed Qianxuan and walked towards the military truck. Qianxuan was puzzled. Tonight is not. How could he let her rest? Besides, she had already slept all day and couldn't fall asleep at all. Wu Wance opened the door of the military truck, stuffed her in, and whispered in her ear, "It's still early. You go to sleep first. Even if you can't sleep, close your eyes and rest." After that, he closed the door and left. Qianxuan leaned against the car window and watched Uncle Wu leave. She was a little confused for a while. After thinking about it, she decided to listen to Uncle Wu and close her eyes and rest. However, after all, she had slept for a day before, and she was always a little restless. Listening to the crackling sound of the fire outside, Qianxuan's heart was even more irritable. Although her eyes were closed, her eyeballs under her eyelids kept turning. Even so, she slowly fell asleep in a daze, and seemed to have a dream, but it was all related to Pingzhuan. She dreamed that Pingzhuan restrained all her temper for Jiu and tried to please her family. She dreamed that Jiu was doing chemical experiments in the laboratory, and Pingzhuan followed him like a little tail bug. Jiu ignored her, but she still smiled so brightly. She dreamed that Jiu's senior sister had gauze wrapped on her face and jumped straight from the top floor of the hospital. Looking at her bloody body, everyone was afraid, sympathetic, and regretful, but Pingzhuan jumped out and yelled at her, "You deserve it. Who told you to seduce Qianxuan?" She thought she had forgotten many of those things, but they were so clear in her dreams, so clear that it was like a replay. So much so that after this sleep, she not only did not become energetic, but was a little depressed. Even Qianxuan herself was startled, and finally washed her face with a towel, dipped in ice water, and then she was more energetic. At this moment, Qianxuan heard all kinds of boiling voices coming from a distance, so clear through the window. Qianxuan immediately realized that it was Uncle Wu's arrangement that worked. She immediately took off her clothes and changed into the silver starry sky uniform that was convenient for fighting. At the same time, she tied Qianxuan to her thigh. Looking out through the car window, the front seemed to be very chaotic. She could faintly see all kinds of colorful flashes in the night sky. Qianxuan guessed that there should be many superpowers fighting. Looking at this situation, it was almost time for her to act. Just as she was about to open the car door, the door was opened from the outside, and Uncle leaned over. Zuan, hurry up, time is up. Qianxuan didn't waste any words, and slid out of the car neatly. Just as she was about to run to the military camp, Wu Wangxing grabbed her shoulders and said, remember, there is only 1 hour, you must go and come back quickly. Then he quickly let go. Qianxuan nodded solemnly, and then the Shan Wu leakage heart method was running to the extreme. The whole person floated forward like a piece of smoke at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and disappeared in a moment. Wu Wangxing, who was behind, looked at Qianxuan's speed, and felt a little more at ease. Qianxuan quickly and silently shuttled through the dark woods. The surrounding environment was so quiet that it was a little scary, but Qianxuan had no intention of caring about it at this time. She just wanted to get to the military camp quickly. This piece of woods did not occupy a large area, and Qianxuan passed through it in less than a minute. Seeing the perimeter of the military camp in front of him, Qianxuan quickly climbed up the wall and carefully used his mental power to explore. He found that there was indeed not even a zombie on the vast training ground. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly jumped into the wall. Because of his many years of military career, Qianxuan was very familiar with the distribution of military camp buildings. It took Qianxuan less than 10 minutes to find the military supply warehouse. Seeing the warehouse door dangling, Qianxuan guessed that it should be the survivors in the military camp who came here to get some supplies before leaving. The warehouses of this unit are connected by doors, and at a glance, 7 or 8 warehouses are full. Qianxuan quickly scanned the warehouse with mental power and couldn't help but smile in surprise. There were actually 2 warehouses of guns and ammunition, 1 warehouse of rocket launchers, 2 warehouses of clothing and bedding, 2 warehouses of hot food, compressed biscuits, and luncheon meat, and 1 warehouse of equipment and daily necessities. Although some of the materials were taken away by the survivors, they were nothing compared to the rest. Qianxuan began to move all the materials in the warehouse to the warehouse of the inheritance world. Halfway through, she felt a sense of threat behind her. However, she used her mental power to explore several times, but found nothing. However, Qianxuan did not relax because of this, but tightened the strings in her heart. Compared with the occasional restrained mental power, she believed more in her intuition, gained from various battles in her previous life. Qianxuan's movements accelerated, and she was on guard against unknown threats. Just as she put all the things into the space, Qianxuan suddenly felt the sound of wind behind her. Here it comes. Qianxuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and her hands quickly pulled out Qianxuan, without even looking, and slashed fiercely behind her. Hiss, a harsh metal friction sound rang out. Qianxuan couldn't help but gasp for the monster she saw. Dark red skin, veins and muscles all over the body, 2 meters long, 1 meter long limbs tangled and powerful, a long tail swinging behind, a pointed head that looked a bit like a fox, a pair of eyes as big as a baby's fist, looking at her with an amazing red light. The monster in front of her was not a species of zombies at all, but Qianxuan's intuition kept shouting that this monster was a zombie. At this time, it was the monster's tongue that was against Qianxuan. Seeing the saliva dripping from the tongue, Qianxuan's little cleanliness came out at an inopportune time, and she wanted to vomit in disgust. What on earth is this? However, Qianxuan did not panic. With a thought, Qianxuan immediately sensed her intention, and saw a dark light flashing across the dagger of the double-sheathed dagger. Qianxuan responded to the light, and slashed at the monster's tongue. With a click, the tongue that had just been fighting against Qianxuan was cut off by Qianxuan, and fell to the ground. The monster then let out a painful roar, and whipped its tail towards Qianxuan. Qianxuan rolled on the ground, dodging the attack without warning in a not very graceful manner. This monster actually feels pain? Question mark? Looking at the cracks on the concrete floor, where the monster had whipped her, Qianxuan was afraid. What if it whipped her? After dodging the attack of the tail several times, Qianxuan gritted her teeth and thought, no, that tail is too much of a hindrance. I must find a way to get rid of it. Qianxuan approached the monster carefully while dodging the tail. Fortunately, the monster was still roaring in pain from the loss of its tongue and did not notice Qianxuan's approach. Just as the monster's tail was about to be pulled back, Qianxuan's eyes lit up and a space tear was thrown at the base of the tail. What followed was the monster's sharper and more furious roar and a red hatred that came straight at Qianxuan. Chapter 45, Death of Qianxuan. After a successful attack, Qianxuan quickly flipped backwards and jumped away from the monster that was in a rage. As soon as she stood still, the monster rushed towards her quickly. Seeing the speed that caused the air to whistle, Qianxuan did not dare to underestimate it and dodged quickly with the phantom void step. This time, it was the same as the last time. As soon as she stood still, the monster pounced again, not giving her a chance to breathe. After several times, Qianxuan was tired of dodging and had no chance to attack. Even Qianxuan began to get anxious. Calculating the time she had used, Qianxuan bit her lip and made a risky decision. After dodging several times, Qianxuan held Kangxi tightly with both hands and confronted the monster on all fours on the opposite side. The monster was very irritable because it had not caught its prey for such a long time. The red light in its eyes became more intense and it made a humming roar. This time, before the monster could make any move, Qianxuan waved Kangxi and pounced on the monster. Seeing the prey that was delivered to its doorstep, the monster let out an excited roar. However, before it could rip the abominable food in front of it with its claws, the food suddenly disappeared. Then it felt something heavy on its back and subconsciously wanted to throw the thing off its back. Qianxuan had just teleported to the monster's back when she felt a violent shaking. Without time to think, Qianxuan flipped the Kangxi in her hand and stabbed it into the bone gap on the monster's back. The dagger was completely immersed in the monster's body, leaving only the handle outside. Because of the severe pain, the monster's movements became more violent. Qianxuan could only hold Kangxi tightly to prevent herself from falling off the monster's back. At the same time, she did not forget to use the Qianwu leakage heart method to guide the dark destructive magic in her body through Kangxi into the monster's body, quickly destroying the monster's body and causing the monster to bleed more and more. 10 minutes later, the shaking of the monster subsided as it lost a lot of blood. Qianxuan seized the opportunity and pulled out Kangxi fiercely. Blood spurted out from the monster's wound. Qianxuan didn't care about the blood on her clothes. She turned her body and nimbly hung in front of the monster. She crossed her hands and cut off the monster's head. With a bang, the monster's head rolled on the ground for a distance and then stopped. At the same time, the headless body also fell down with a bang, shaking up some dust. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly walked to the monster's head, endured the nausea, cut open the monster's head, put her gloved hand in, and dug out a crystal the size of a quail egg. She took off the dirty gloves and threw them away, and then used a small water bowl to rinse the crystal. Qianxuan picked up the crystal and put it in front of her. So beautiful. Looking at the crystal in front of her, which was as bright as the most precious ruby, Qianxuan couldn't help but admire it in her heart. I didn't expect that such a disgusting monster could have such a beautiful brain core in its head. After throwing the brain core into the space, Qianxuan was about to leave when she saw the monster corpses scattered on the ground from the corner of her eye. Thinking of the laboratories of her 4th and 6th aunts, she paused for a moment, but still endured the nausea, and collected them, and threw them into the space. After calculating that there were only 20 minutes left, Qianxuan hurried back along the way she came. Just like when she came here, she did not encounter any zombies. Qianxuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that her 5th uncle's plan went smoothly and there were no loopholes. After passing through the woods she came from, Qianxuan quickly returned to the camp belonging to Yunzinkang. Unable to bear the blood on her body, Qianxuan quickly entered the military card and changed her clothes. When she came out, she found that something was wrong. There were still many people in the camp, but Qianxuan did not even see a single family member. What happened? Qianxuan grabbed a soldier who was on guard and asked. The drowsy soldier was startled, and when he found out it was her, he breathed a sigh of relief. Something seems to have happened at the government. Lieutenant Colonel Jiang came to find Master Jiu, and the regiment commander and the others followed him. He was a little surprised that Qianxuan didn't go, thinking that she had fallen asleep before, but he didn't know that she had gone out for a walk and just came back. Lieutenant Colonel Jiang? Isn't that Jiang Xiaoyang? But why would he look for brother Jiu when something happened? Why would he look for brother Jiu? Something happened to Ping Xiuan? Question mark? Qianxuan was startled and quickly ran to the government camp. The soldiers standing behind were stunned at Qianxuan's disappearing figure. Although Qianxuan's speed was very fast, something seemed to happen at Hualong, which was very chaotic and affected her. It was not easy for her to pass through Hualong's camp. Seeing a group of family members walking forward not far away, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and caught up. The first one to find her was Shasha. Seeing her, she waved and called her over. Qianxuan didn't delay and trotted over. Seeing Qianxuan jogging over, Wu Wan's first checked her body with his eyes and found that she didn't seem to be injured. He was relieved and then cast a questioning look at her. Qianxuan immediately understood that he was asking whether the operation was going smoothly and nodded slightly. After entering the team, Qianxuan first looked at brother Jiu and found that his face seemed to be paler than when he had dinner. His light pink lips were tightly pursed into a line, and his drooping eyelids covered the emotions in his eyes. Looking at the others, Qianxuan found that everyone was in a bad mood, and even Jiang Xiaoyang, who led the way, had a slightly gloomy face. Qianxuan pursed her lips, but still didn't ask what happened, and just followed behind in silence. After walking all the way, they finally arrived at the destination of this time. Everyone followed Jiang Xiaoyang to the door of a large tent surrounded by soldiers. As soon as she entered, Qianxuan saw Ping Xiuan lying on the floor, pale and bloodless. At this time, her face no longer had the delicate macute before, and she was pale and scary. Qianxuan thought she was a corpse. However, Ping Xiuan seemed to have heard some noise and opened her tightly closed eyes. There were so many of them, and Qianqiu was walking at the end, but she saw him at a glance and looked straight at him. Everyone sighed and silently made way for Qianqiu to pass. Qianqiu was stunned for a moment before slowly walking towards Ping Xiuan. During this process, Ping Xiuan's eyes were fixed on him without moving for a moment. It was not a long distance, less than half a minute, but Qianxuan felt that brother Jiu seemed to have walked for a long time and was very heavy. Qianqiu. Ping Xiuan's voice was very light, but full of joy. Her hand stretched out from the thin blanket with difficulty. The nails of that hand were still painted with bright red nail polish, which made her hand look even paler. Qianqiu squatted silently and let Ping Xiuan's hand touch his face. Feeling the real touch in his hand, Ping Xiuan's mouth curled up. Finally, I see you. There was a hint of sadness in the almost inaudible sigh. Qianqiu, I'm going to die. Her words were incredibly calm. No one had ever seen Ping Xiuan like this, so quiet, with a faint beauty. As soon as she finished speaking, a pile of things appeared next to her. Everyone understood that those things were taken out of the space by her, but their hearts shrank when they saw those things clearly. It was nothing else. Most of those things were various foods that Qianqiu liked to eat, clothes of favorite brands, bone china cups that she liked, glass jade that she liked, and the other half were the favorites of other people in the Wu family. Why bother? Qianxuan sighed lightly in her heart. After just 2 sentences, Ping Xiuan began to breathe a little. She looked at the face in front of her that she had missed for so many years, still so beautiful, still so easy to affect her emotions, making her feel happy for no reason. When she saw it, and feeling full in her heart, she murmured unconsciously, if my ability is not space, how great it would be. If it is equal exchange, how great it would be. In that case, she could. As soon as the words fell, Ping Xiuan's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The others were far away and did not hear her whispers. They did not know what happened, but Qianqiu was startled and looked up at Ping Xiuan. What was she going to do? Question mark? Ping Xiuan realized that her ability had actually become an equivalent exchange. She was ecstatic and opened and closed her mouth. Use everything I have in exchange for Qianqiu's peace and happiness for the rest of his life. Then, all the golden light on her body fell on Qianqiu and gradually disappeared. Qianqiu was stunned. He thought that Ping Ziyuan was going to do something crazy again, but he did not expect that. Guilt, sadness, and touching emotions rose to his heart, and tears silently slid down from the corners of his eyes. Seeing Qianxuan's tears, Ping Ziyuan was stunned, and then incredibly happy. Enough. Qianxuan, you will always remember me, right? Qianxuan choked and nodded heavily. Seeing him nod, Ping Ziyuan's eyes shone with a bright and charming light, and her smile was brilliant, like an innocent girl. Then, the light in her eyes quickly disappeared, her eyes slowly closed, and the hand that was stroking Qianxuan's face fell down weakly. However, the smile on the corner of her mouth was so beautiful that it was unforgettable. Chapter 46 Coldness. Even though they didn't know what happened, after hearing what Ping Ziyuan said before, everyone guessed that Ping Ziyuan's ability had mutated. But compared to the fact that the ability could mutate, everyone was more surprised by Ping Ziyuan's words. If Ping Ziyuan used everything she had in exchange for Qianxuan's love for her, or in exchange for Qianxuan never falling in love with another woman, or even in exchange for Qianxuan to die with her, no one would be surprised. However, in exchange for Qianxuan's peace and happiness for a lifetime, this choice that most normal people would have, always makes people feel that it would not happen to the paranoid Ping Ziyuan. It was not until Ping Ziyuan lost his breath that everyone came back to their senses from the surprise, but they were silent about the scene in front of them. After a long time, looking at Qianxuan who was still squatting motionless, Qianxuan walked up and patted his shoulder. Brother Jiu, we are leaving. Qianxuan still did not move. After a long time, just when Qianxuan was about to call him again, he stood up with some stiff movements. He did not look back, but silently put the pile of things that Ping Ziyuan took out into the space ring in front of him, and did not care about Qianxuan's eyes that suddenly widened behind him. Qianxuan and others did not speak, but just watched his actions silently. Although they knew that he should not use the space ring in front of Qianxuan, they were not concerned about these things now, but worried about Qianxuan's mood. Qianxuan turned around and walked over, and everyone did not talk. It seemed that they did not see Qianxuan's red eyes and tears, and just walked out of the tent in silence. Compared with when they came, the atmosphere at this time was even worse, and everyone just walked quietly with their heads down. After leaving the government camp, Wu once asked Qianxuan to stop, and everyone got on the military jeep they came in. Just as Qianxuan, who was walking behind, was about to get on the car, Qianxuan's voice came from behind. Are you all so cold to people outside the 8 clans? He lowered his head, his eyes were obscure, and he didn't know if he wanted to get an answer. In his eyes, although Qianxuan was crying and sad, the gap was not a little bit compared to Ping Ziyuan's efforts. Seeing the 9th brother who was about to get on the car, and Qianxuan rubbing salt on other people's wounds so blatantly, Qianxuan was furious, and shot a sharp and sarcastic look at Qianxuan. It's not that we are cold and indifferent, but people always learn from their mistakes. Your grandfather and his betrayal of my uncle and his betrayal of Sister Z are deep enough for us. Qianxuan's body stiffened, his hanging hands clenched into fists, and the smell of blood gradually floated around. Qianxuan didn't care about him, got into the jeep, closed the door heavily, and drove away. At this time, Qianxuan, who was sitting in the jeep, felt worse than ever. Qianxuan. She read this name viciously in her heart, wishing to cut him into pieces. Before, Sister Z in her mouth was Yuan Chang's cousin, Yuan Z, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family. She and Qianxuan were the same age, and they had been in the same school from kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school to university. There was a damn bad fate between the two of them, and they were often in the same class. Yuan Z had a beautiful appearance, and her temperament was as charming and noble as a white camellia. She was cheerful and lively. After years of getting along with each other, Qianxuan was naturally attracted to her, developed admiration for her, and made a passionate pursuit. After 3 years, Qianxuan finally got the beauty. However, in the disaster of the 8 clans designed by Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, Yuan Z died to protect Yuan Zhu. Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang together with the 8 elders of the 8 clans who were also meritorious generals, went through that era together and created the glory of this country. Were they not comrades in arms and friends? But they betrayed. And Jiang Shaoyang, as the grandson of Jiang Zhang, had such a big plan to deal with the 8 clans. How could he not notice Jiang Zhang's actions at all? But he never let Yuan Zi know about it. Whether he dared not or could not, he could not erase the fact that he betrayed. After all, the only people who can hurt you are the ones you care about. Qianxuan couldn't help but think of Zhu Eilan's beautiful face. After returning to Yingxing Kang's camp and getting off the car, Qianqiu left in a hurry, saying that he wanted to be alone. Qianxuan was worried about him and wanted to follow him secretly, but was stopped by Wu Wancheng, who shook his head at her. Wu Wancheng knew his son well and knew that he was not a stubborn person. As long as he was given time and space, he would always come to his senses. At this time, Wu Wan's came over and pulled Qianxuan onto the military truck. How much did you get? After closing the car door, Wu Wan's asked directly. Qianxuan didn't waste any words and directly reported the contents of several warehouses. After listening to this, Wu Wan's showed a satisfied smile in his eyes. So did you encounter any danger in this operation? He was just asking casually. After all, Qianxuan was not injured at all. Qianxuan frowned. I encountered a monster that was all red. Red monster? Wu Wan's was confused. Is it very strong? Very strong. Stronger than the 3rd level zombie I encountered last time. Qianxuan looked cautious. It was very fast. If I were still at the 1st level, I would definitely not be able to defeat it. It is also very strong in terms of strength and defense. If my Kangxi had not advanced, I would definitely not be able to deal with it. Moreover, my mental power did not scan it beforehand. As Qianxuan spoke, Wu Wan's brows frowned more and more. Could it be that all zombies after the 4th level will become this kind of monster? I don't know. Qianxuan had no idea either. By the way, I brought back the body of the monster. Uncle Wu, do you want to see it? Wu Wan's pondered for a while. Okay, let's get off the car and go to the open space. Let someone guard it on the side. As he said that, he opened the car door and walked out, and Qianxuan followed closely behind. Wu Wan's made some arrangements and took Qianxuan to a secluded open space, signaling Qianxuan to put the things out. Qianxuan's mind moved, and the body of the monster she had killed before appeared in the open space in front of her. Even though Wu Wanse had been mentally prepared, he was still frightened by the hideous monster in front of him. What is this? Qianxuan's ears suddenly rang with a scream. Qianxuan was startled and quickly jumped away from where she was. Looking up, she found that it was her 3rd brother, and then she breathed a sigh of relief and punched him on the shoulder. Why did you suddenly appear? I was scared by you. Qianming did not dodge, and after receiving her punch, that was not very powerful, he touched his nose embarrassedly. I saw you walking over here, so I followed you. I was just about to say hello to you, and you released this thing. As he said, he pointed to the body of the monster on the ground. You haven't told me what this is yet? Qianming walked forward and squatted, poking the monster in vain. Qianxuan had no choice but to tell him again what she had said to her 5th uncle before. Qianming raised his eyebrows. Why do you always encounter such unexpected things? He was referring to the 3rd level zombie before. Qianxuan was depressed. How did she know? She wanted to ask. What is this? Qianming fiddled with the 2 long strips. Qianxuan looked over and said, it's the tongue and tail of the monster. Its tongue pops out very quickly and is very hard. When its tail is pulled up, it is also very fast and has great destructive power. It can pull cracks out of the cement floor. To deal with it, we must first deal with its tongue and tail, otherwise we will lose the initiative. Qianxuan explained in great detail, fearing that the 3rd brother would suffer a loss someday. By the way, Qianxuan suddenly thought, this monster is different from zombies. It has a sense of pain and seems to be very afraid of pain. It's a bit like a child. Yes, a child. Moreover, it has a strong desire for revenge. So, this monster may have the same IQ as a child? Wu Wan's thought. Qianxuan was stunned. Indeed, this makes sense. You said before that your mental power couldn't scan it. Can you confirm whether it is a racial characteristic or it has special abilities in this regard? Wu once asked for confirmation. Qianxuan had not thought of these two possibilities, but I don't know. After all, I have only encountered one such monster. Does this monster have a brain core? Qianming asked. Yes. Qianxuan took out the red crystal stone the size of a quail egg, and Wu once and Qianming came over to observe it carefully. Qianming rubbed his chin with his hand. Why is it oval? Shouldn't it be diamond shaped? And it's red. The brain cores I got before were all transparent. And why is it so beautiful? Faced with these questions that she didn't know, Qianxuan could only choose to remain silent. The three discussed it again, but did not get more useful information. Finally, Wu once asked Qianxuan to take back the monster's body and brain core and give them to Zuchun and Lizia for a search in the future. Chapter 47 Hatred. As soon as the sun rose, the originally quiet camp began to have rustling sounds coming from the tents. One after another, soldiers came out of the tents with toiletries, yawning. In less than 10 minutes, the camp was already bustling with activity. Qianxuan, who had been sitting in the military card, took out her toiletries and washed up when she heard the noise outside. Just after she finished wringing the towel, she saw Qianqiu coming back from outside the camp alone. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and went to meet him. Nineth brother. Qianxuan didn't know what to say for a moment. She wanted to ask him how he was and wanted to tell him to think more positively, but she couldn't say a word at this moment. Qianqiu seemed to understand what she hadn't said and raised his hand to touch her head. I'm fine. The voice was as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened yesterday. But Qianxuan didn't know if such calmness was just an illusion. She did not pursue the truth of his words, but pushed him from behind as before. Brother Jiu, you are going to stink. Go take a shower and change your clothes. Qianqiu was stunned, and then he realized that he was still wearing yesterday's dirty clothes, which were still a little wrinkled. For a moment, his misophobia kicked in, and he ran into the tent without Qianxuan pushing him. Seeing Qianqiu's hurried steps, Qianxuan was really relaxed. Since he still has misophobia, it means that the emotions of the third brother are still under control. How is brother Qianqiu? At this time, Shasha next to her handed her breakfast. Qianxuan held the bowl and drank a mouthful of white porridge, better than expected. That's good. Shasha also drank a mouthful of porridge and complained, by the way, I'm almost bland with white porridge, pickles and boiled eggs every day. She has a heavier taste. In the past, her breakfast was more Western style, with toast and bacon, and she also had a small cake every morning. After a period of continuous porridge and side dishes, she just complained verbally. Qianxuan thought for a moment and took out 2 bags of squid shreds from the space. Do you want one? Yes, yes. Sasha quickly took a bag and opened it, eating it with a mouthful of squid shreds and a mouthful of porridge. Sister Xuan, I want one too. At this time, Yuan Chang, who was not far away, saw them eating squid shreds and hurried over. He was a real carnivore and shared the same pain as Sasha. Qianxuan was not stingy and directly threw the squid shreds in her hand that she had not yet opened to him. She also took out 4 bags, one for herself and the other 3 for Yizin, Lu Zhi and Lu Chen, who followed Yuan Chang. The 6 people gathered together and Qianxuan tapped the boiled egg on the military card. By the way, what happened last night? She was still confused. Everyone looked at each other, and finally, Lu Chen swallowed the porridge in his mouth and answered, we are not very clear. It's just that in the middle of the night, it seems that the people of Hualong went out to urinate and attracted a large group of zombies. The government and Hualong's camps are close, and they were also affected. There were too many zombies, and they were caught off guard. Hu Zhao, who was next to them, chose to stand by and watch, and the casualties were quite large. More than 200 people died in the government, more than 30 people died in Hualong, and even more were injured. For some reason, Ping Ziyuan, who should have been protected, was also involved, and died of serious injuries in the end. Although they said so, in fact, several people knew that Wu once was definitely involved in this matter, and it was even very likely that he planned the direction of the matter. In fact, Ping Ziyuan is not bad. She is so good to brother Qianqiu. Lu Zhi murmured. Ping Ziyuan exchanged everything she had for Qianqiu's safety and happiness for the rest of her life. That scene brought her a great shock. So what? Yuan Chang's face was no longer smiling as usual and was full of gloom. Did Jiang Shaoyang treat my sister badly at the beginning? What was the result? Indeed, when Jiang Shaoyang and Yuan Zi were dating, their actions were impeccable. At that time, everyone speculated that after the two got married, Jiang Shaoyang would definitely become a wife slave. Ping Ziyuan just didn't have time to betray. At this time, Lu Chen's face was no longer as gentle as before, and his eyes were burning with strong hatred. Among the younger generation, Lu Chen was definitely the leader in hatred for Ping Jiangwei and Jiang Zhang. Among the 8 major clans, those who really experienced the disaster and survived included Yuan Zhu, who was protected by Yuan Zi and has not been in good health since then, and Zhu Zixi and Zhu Shasha, who were protected by Zhu Zi. There was another person, but many of the younger generations didn't know about him. This person didn't rely on anyone, but survived the disaster by his own strength. This person was Lu Chen's eldest brother Lu Jun, the next head of the Lu family, and the recognized leader of their generation among the 8 major clans. Unfortunately, although he survived the disaster, he didn't live even for half a month. At that time, Lu Jun was seriously injured, and his internal organs were severely ruptured. Although the injury was serious, Wu Wanyan's ability was enough to make him recover after the operation without any sequelae. The only problem was that Lu Jun inherited the right-hand negative blood from the maternal side of the Mo family, which only appears once every few generations. Not to mention that Lingling and Wei Wei did not inherit this blood type. Even if they did, the amount of blood that could be drawn from the 2 children was not enough for Lu Jun's surgery. Fortunately, Wu Yuan found a voluntary blood donor with right-hand negative blood abroad through his connections, and everyone was relieved. But I didn't expect that Ping Jiangwei and Jiang Zhang who would be so despicable that they destroyed the plasma on the way several times. Later, Wu Yuan had no choice but to use a private plane to pick up the blood donor, but he was blocked several times. In this way, for the sake of the effect of the operation, no anesthetic was used. Only intravenous drips and Chinese medicine were used to maintain the body's needs. Lu Jun was in pain in the hospital for 7 days and 7 nights. He couldn't sleep in pain, and he didn't cry out in pain, but he didn't wait for the plasma needed for the operation, and he left unwillingly. At that time, Lu Zhi was seriously ill, and had a high fever due to the death of his parents. 12-year-old Lu Chen and 15-year-old Lu Zhu accompanied Lu Jun for 7 days and 7 nights, watching their own brother's muscles twisted in pain, and sweating all over his body, and couldn't sleep in pain. His eyes were congested, watching his unwillingness before his death, watching him being forced to death. Ping Jiangwei and Jiang Zhan tried their best to want Lu Jun to die, just because he became the 917th Army Air Force Major General at the age of 22, had Wu Wanhao's war talent, and was the tacit successor of Wu Wansen of the 8 major clans. With such achievements at a young age, wouldn't he have to trample the Ping family and the Jiang family under his feet 10 years later? So, they would make him disappear at any means. Who can forget such hatred? Qianxuan sighed. Among the few people, except Qianxuan and Shasha, even Lu Zhi didn't know the details of the incident. Seeing that the atmosphere became heavy because of Lu Chen, Shasha quickly changed the subject. By the way, Zhuangxun, didn't you see how stinky Jiangzu's face was yesterday? He couldn't even keep up that Amitabha face. What do you mean? Qianxuan asked very cooperatively. Shasha chewed the squid shreds carefully, and the fresh taste in her mouth made her squint her eyes in enjoyment. The people of Fire Dragon are all superpowers. More than 30 people died. How can he not feel pain? Everyone followed suit and gloated. After the incident with Wu Wanhao, no one in Silver Starry Sky liked Fire Dragon. Besides, Shasha smiled like a fox, because the zombies were attracted by their own people. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. But Unboking didn't care about his expression at all, and ran to him to ask for an explanation, because of the casualties of the government. At that time, his face was really a mixture of colors. Qianxuan smiled. Now, the hatred between the government and the Fire Dragon has intensified. With Jiangzu's temper, the possibility of reconciliation in the future is basically zero. That's the best. Yuan Chang bit off half of the boiled egg. Let them fight each other, and we will take advantage of it in the back. Qianxuan raised his eyebrows. Then invoking is also stupid. Actually going to Jiangsu to ask for an explanation now. With Jiangsu's temper of never giving up, he will definitely not be able to bear it for long, and will definitely trip up the government when he goes to the granary. At this time, everyone had finished breakfast and went to the river to wash the bowls together. Summer is the time for fish to breed. Why is there no fish in this river? Li Xin asked casually. Qianxuan's heart moved, and something seemed to flash through her mind, but she soon lost track of it. Maybe it's because this river is stagnant water. Sasha looked over and said indifferently. Yixin thought about it and didn't care. Chapter 48 Nani. The convoy moved forward again, and Qianxuan also fell asleep in the slow speed of the military truck. On this day, for some reason, she slept very deeply. In a trance, she seemed to see those people she buried in her past memories. Yuanzi, Lujun, Zhuz. These people, more or less, filled her childhood, coaxed her, hugged her, played with her and laughed. At the end of the dream, these people took turns to touch her head, smiled and disappeared. When the convoy stopped again, Qianxuan did not wake up immediately like before. Her thoughts were still immersed in the dream just now. She was confused and didn't know what was going on. After a long time, she slowly got off the car. Zuan, this way. Sasha shouted to her not far away. Qianxuan yawned and walked towards her without much energy. What's wrong? Sasha handed her a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge and a bun. So listless, didn't you sleep well? Qianxuan threw a small water ball on her face. Stimulated by the cold water, her spirit finally cheered up a little. No, I dreamed about the past. Her face was a little sad. Seeing her expression, Sasha thought she just thought of Imoki, so she pretended to be ignorant and changed the subject. We have been walking for so many days, and I don't know when we can reach Qianxuan granary. Especially when she thought about having to drink porridge for a long time, she felt even worse. Qianxuan frowned. Where did the convoy go today? She slept past lunch today and didn't pay attention to the road she walked. Just past the Guangcheng railway. Sasha frowned and bit the tasteless bun. Our current camp is next to Yuan Town. Qianxuan carefully calculated in her mind. It's about half a month away. Why is it so far? Sasha was crazy. There is no way. We have a lot of people. We have to consider the people walking, and the car can't drive fast. Qianxuan was also helpless about this. She was almost unable to bear such a boring journey. Sasha drank up the porridge at the bottom of the bowl. By the way, I slept most of the day today. You can take me out with you. She knew that Qianxuan went out every night before. Why do you suddenly want to go out? Qianxuan was surprised. You know, Sasha is a complete homegirl, and she is also very lazy. Hearing her question, Sasha showed a little proud smile. My fighting spirit has just reached the 2nd level. I want to try my hand. She was also depressed enough. She was obviously a person who was too lazy to move, but it was found that her magic talent was very low, and her fighting spirit talent was high in water attribute. Qianxuan also thought of Sasha's tragedy at the beginning, and nodded in agreement with a smile. After dinner, when everyone went into the tent to rest, Qianxuan and Sasha both changed into Silver Starry Sky uniforms, and walked out of the camp together. Originally, Qianxuan was a little embarrassed. After all, it was not suitable to drive in the quiet night, otherwise it would easily attract the siege of zombies, but Sasha's speed could not keep up with her. Fortunately, the 2nd level supernatural power and fighting spirit made Sasha's speed, although not comparable to hers, nearly 3 times that of ordinary people. She slowed down, so it would not have much impact. At most, she would go to fewer places tonight. Qianxuan's destination this time was the nearby town of Yuan. The town was not big, but they had to be careful. After all, the number of zombies in a town was no joke. They were lucky. Although they did not encounter a large supermarket, they actually found a commercial street without knowing the terrain at all. There were several restaurants and snack bars on this commercial street, as well as 2 non-staple food supermarkets and several dessert houses. They searched one by one, and found a lot of rice, flour, eggs, soybean oil and other things. Although they encountered many zombies, most of them were ordinary zombies, and only 2 second level zombies were encountered. Taking the opportunity, Shasha used these zombies as sandbags and practiced the practical application of fighting spirit. It was not until 3 o'clock in the morning that the two saw that it was late and prepared to go back with unsatisfied intentions. But before they took a few steps, Qianxuan grabbed the corner of Shasha's clothes. "What are you doing?" Shasha was startled by Qianxuan's sudden action and patted her chest in a false alarm. SHHH. Qianxuan raised a finger to her lips. "Listen, what's that sound?" Shasha held her breath and pricked up her ears to listen for a while, but heard nothing. "You didn't hear it?" Looking at Shasha's inexplicable expression, Qianxuan was puzzled. "Knock on the door, and the voice of a child?" "No." Shasha answered very straightforwardly. "My 5 senses are not as good as yours." "Then should we go and see?" Qianxuan asked Shasha. Shasha tilted her head. "Since you said there was a child's voice, let's go and see." Qianxuan nodded and then took Shasha to the sound she heard. After dealing with several zombies along the way, they came to a separate building. The two looked at each other. Qianxuan pried open the lock of the door, and the two walked inside. The furnishings in the house were very simple, and plush toys could be seen on the floor across a distance. Following the sound, they came to the kitchen door. When they opened the door, a foul smell came towards them. The two quickly covered their mouths and noses before looking inside. In the middle of the kitchen, there was a corpse of middle-aged zombie woman. There was a bullet hole between her eyebrows. She must have been shot. Not far from the zombie, there was a tall, fat, bearded, half-smelly man. They walked in carefully and found that the dead man had a dark blue face and was half zombie. He must have committed suicide. Sasha pointed at the gun that the man held tightly in his hand. Boom. 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 This time, even Sasha heard the sound. "Dad, let Ninny out quickly. Ninny can help Dad." It was a little girl's voice, but it was hoarse, because she might have been shouting for a long time, and there was a faint cry. The two followed the sound, and found that it came from under an iron cover in the corner. There was a big lock on it. Qianxuan squatted down and pried the lock open in 2 or 3 moves. With a little effort, an entrance to the basement appeared. At the same time, a small figure jumped out from inside. Qianxuan and Shasha were startled. Just as they were about to be on guard, they found that it was a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. The little girl looked around and ignored them. She rushed to the body of the man on the ground. Dad, why doesn't Dad care about Ninny? Dad, don't die, don't leave Ninny." At the end, she was already crying loudly. The little girl's cry was full of fear and anxiety, and the listeners were sad and wept. Qianxuan and Shasha stood still. It's not that they have no sympathy, but the truth is that neither of them is good at comforting people. According to previous experience, if they went up to comfort people, it might make the child cry even more sadly. "Xiaomin, where are you? This is obviously your job." The two of them were crazy in their hearts at the same time. In this way, the two stood there watching the little girl cry for half an hour before she stopped with hiccups and sobs. Qianxuan walked to the little girl and squatted down. "Your name is Ninny, right?" "My name is Xiaomin, and my father always calls me Ninny." "Who are you, and why are you here at Ninny's house?" Ninny was very polite, but when she mentioned her father, she couldn't help sobbing twice. "Hello, Ninny, I'm Wu Qianxuan. You can call me Sister Xuan, and that's my friend Zhu Shasha over there. You can call me Sister Shasha." Qianxuan said softly. "Sister Xuan, Sister Shasha." Ninny called people obediently. Looking at such a well-behaved child, and thinking that this child might have become an orphan now, the two couldn't help but feel a little more pity for her. "Ninny, your father is dead, and there are zombies everywhere outside now. Do you want to go with us?" Qianxuan pointed to the zombie corpse on the side and asked. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt that her words were inappropriate. How could she tell a 5-year-old child so clearly that your father was dead? Ninny didn't care. Half an hour of crying seemed to make her realize the reality. She just looked at the zombie corpse with an angry expression. Qianxuan had originally wondered if the zombie was the little girl's mother or other relative, but now seeing her expression, she was sure it was not. However, she was just a child after all, and when Qianxuan asked her if she wanted to go with them, she didn't understand what it meant, and she just didn't know how to answer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, The Power of Being Embarrassed. As it was getting late, Qianxuan and Shasha decided to take Nini back to the camp. Qianxuan picked up Nini, and a foul smell hit her nose. She frowned, but she didn't say anything out of consideration for Nini's feelings. The two walked out together, and Nini's chin rested on Qianxuan's shoulder, and looked back at her father's body, tears falling silently. Feeling the dampness on her shoulders, Qianxuan's eyes darkened, and then became soft. Because the zombies on the way here had been dealt with by Qianxuan and Shasha, they had a relatively easy journey. During this time, Shasha asked Nini what happened to her. As a child, Nini's ability to express herself was not very good, and she spoke intermittently. Many of her words did not make sense, and some strange words popped out. However, after piecing together, they still figured out what happened to Nini. Nini's mother divorced her father shortly after she was born. Nini was raised by her father, and the two had a very good relationship. Her father should be doing a job like a criminal policeman. He is often busy and can't go home for more than half a month, so the family hired a nanny to take care of Nini. Before the end of the world, Nini's father happened to be on vacation at home, but he received a phone call and had to go out again. Because Nini was reluctant to let her father go, she started crying, and her father coaxed her for a long time. After finally coaxing Nini, just as she was about to go out, the end of the world came. However, the nanny at home turned into a zombie. In order to protect her, Nini's father locked her in the basement and stayed outside to deal with the zombies. As a result, her father solved the zombies, but he faced the fate of becoming a zombie and shot himself. Nini, she was still lucky. In the basement, where she was locked up, there were many snacks and candies that her father bought and hid for fear that she would eat too much, as well as gifts from friends and relatives during the new year, which allowed her to survive for more than a month. The above are all speculations made by the two based on Nini's words, but they should not be far from the facts. At this time, Qianxuan also knew the source of the odor on the little girl. How could she not smell after not taking a bath for more than a month? After leaving Yuan town, the two looked at the time. It was already past 4 o'clock, so they quickened their pace. Halfway through, they passed a factory area, and suddenly several zombies jumped out from the side. At first glance, they were just a few ordinary zombies, so Qianxuan and Shasha didn't care. They were about to take action to solve them, but they were frightened by the action of Nini in Qianxuan's arms. Seeing the zombies jumping out, Nini was scared at first, and then she thought of her father who was killed by zombies, so she stared at the zombies with wide eyes and shouted, "Dad bear." As soon as the words fell, a 2-meter tall brown and black bear suddenly appeared in front of them. The big bear raised its paw and took turns to slap the heads of several zombies. The heads of the zombies were actually smashed, and their brains splattered, and then they fell down one by one. That process was absolutely bloody and absolutely violent. Qianxuan and Shasha were stunned and terrified. What is that? The legendary summoned beast. On this side, after killing the zombies, Nini was excited, and the big bear became more and more transparent, and finally disappeared. What is this? Shasha pointed at the place where the bear disappeared with a trembling finger, and her voice was also trembling. The bear can also become transparent, and it looks like a ghost. You know, she has been afraid of ghosts since she was a child. Dad bear. Nina's voice was absolutely innocent, and she had no idea what kind of impact her actions had on Shasha. Qianxuan coughed and reminded Shasha to pay attention to her image. Turning to ask Nini in her arms, how can Nini turn into Dad bear? Nini blinked her big eyes. Nini slept for a long time, and when she woke up, there was Dad bear. After listening to Nina's words, Qianxuan guessed that this should also be a kind of supernatural power. However, why didn't Nina's eyes change color? Qianxuan looked at Nina's eyes carefully and found that it was not that they didn't change color, but that they became less obvious. only the pupils were a little transparent, and it was really hard to see if you didn't pay attention. At this time, Sasha also understood that it was Nini's ability just now, not a ghost, and breathed a sigh of relief. But Nini, why did you call a bear daddy? Sasha was very puzzled. Who would call a bear daddy? Because daddy is a bear. Nini pouted. Dad often doesn't keep his word. He promised to accompany me to the amusement park and the zoo, to pick up Nini from the kindergarten, and to attend Nini's parent-teacher meeting, but he didn't do any of them. Nini and him made a promise, and the bear lied. Puff. Qianxuan and Sasha couldn't help laughing. The logic of children is really interesting. Just because of this, they call a bear daddy. If Nini's father was still alive, I wonder what his expression would be when he saw such a scene. Suddenly, Qianxuan thought of a possibility. Nini, because dad is a bear, so Nini turned into a bear? Sasha was stunned by Qianxuan's words, and then understood her intention. Yeah. Nini nodded heavily. Nini misses dad very much, and dreamed that dad turned into a bear. Qianxuan and Sasha were silent. This situation inevitably made them think of the scene when Qianxuan's superpowers mutated. Could it be that human will can affect superpowers? Sasha's expression was a little vague. Qianxuan, if I want my superpowers to become more aggressive, can it succeed? As she spoke, the theater in her mind had already changed into a scene where she no longer needed to practice the fighting spirit that required physical training and could kill people with just the new superpowers. You are beautiful, aren't you? Qianxuan knocked on her head. Human will can indeed affect supernatural powers, but I don't think it can be successful with simple will. Think about Qianxuan's paranoia, and then think about how pure the thoughts of children are without distractions. Which of the above do you think you meet? I know. Sasha touched her head that was hit and muttered. It's not enough for me to think about it. Qianxuan ignored her and ran straight to the camp with Nini in her arms. Sasha hurriedly followed behind. When they entered the camp, most people were still sleeping except for the night watchman. Qianxuan and Sasha did not disturb others and just quietly entered an empty tent. Qianxuan handed Nini to Sasha to hold and found a plastic bathtub for children from the space. After searching for a while, she took out a set of children's bathing products, a bottle of orange flavored shampoo, a bottle of strawberry flavored shower gel, a new towel, and a pink and yellow children's summer clothes. Qianxuan put water of moderate temperature in the bathtub, and Sasha put the stripped Nini into the water. In order to divert the child's attention, Qianxuan threw a duck to her. The little girl gently pinched it, and a quack sound came out. Sure enough, once there was a toy to attract her attention, Nini was very well behaved, and there were no troublesome incidents that happened when helping children take a bath in the past. Even though Nini cooperated so well, Qianxuan and Sasha were sweating. She hadn't taken a bath for more than a month, and you can imagine how dirty Nini was. She used up half a bottle of shower gel and shampoo alone. Even though their physical strength is not as good as before, their wrists are sore and numb after taking a bath. After helping Nini dry the water on her body and changing into beautiful children's clothes, Qianxuan and Sasha felt that their work was not in vain. The little girl's father is tall and big, with a big beard, but Nini doesn't look like her father at all. She looks like a cute doll. Could it be that she looks like her mother? After washing, Nini showed soft curly brown hair, big, round eyes that were wet like a kitten, a pink nose, and lips that were slightly raised like pink petals. Because she was not hungry, Nini's face still had the baby fat that was unique to her age. In general, the little girl's facial features were not delicate, but very cute. Qianxuan divided Nina's soft hair into 2 strands and braided them into 2 loose braids that hung in front of her chest. With the cute pink and yellow children's clothes, Sasha also put a small and exquisite straw hat on her head. The little girl suddenly became as cute as a doll in a window. Although Nini was small, she was also a girl. Naturally, she liked to wear beautiful new clothes. Seeing her beautiful appearance in the mirror, she was naturally very happy. Chapter 50 On the road. When Sasha and Qianxuan came out of the tent, everyone in the camp had already gotten up, and the aroma of porridge wafted out from the big pots. The 3 of them first hurried to the side to wash up, especially Nini, who hadn't brushed her teeth for more than a month, and her mouth was full of odor. She brushed her teeth for a while and her hands were sore, so Qianxuan and Sasha took turns to help her brush. Afterwards, Qianxuan gave her a bottle of xylitol chewing gum. After washing her face, Qianxuan first served Nini a bowl of beef and egg porridge, but after thinking about it, she didn't give her a bun. Although a bowl of porridge for an adult was not enough, it was more than enough for a child. When Nini was drinking porridge with a spoon over there, Qianxuan served herself and Sasha a bowl each. At this time, Qianxuan came over with his porridge and buns. Xuanxun, who is this little girl? He looked curiously at Nini who was drinking porridge obediently. When someone asked about her, Nini stopped drinking porridge and looked at Qianxuan a little bewildered. There was still a circle of porridge on her mouth, like a kitten stealing food. Very cute. Qianxuan touched Nini's head soothingly. This is Nini. Her full name is Xiang and Sasha and I brought her back from Yuan town. Nini, call Qianxuan uncle. Maybe because he is a war photographer. Although Qianxuan likes children very much, the children are a little afraid of him. Obviously he is not the kind of adult who likes to have a stern face. Uncle Qianxuan. Nini called out obediently and then lowered her head to drink porridge. Sasha on the side was having a hard time holding back her laughter. Qianxuan asked Nini to call her sister, but she called Qianxuan uncle. They are brother and sister. What's the big deal? Seeing Sasha's face twisted from trying to hold back her laughter, Qianxuan was very puzzled and didn't know why she was doing that. In her opinion, her fifth brother was 35 years old, so of course she had to call him uncle, and she didn't think about the seniority at all. Qianxuan, who was standing by, also cast a suspicious look at Sasha, but he didn't pursue it too much. He was concerned about another thing. It's been more than a month since the doomsday, and there are still people alive in the town. You know, except for the capital, other shelters were built by survivors after they escaped from the town. Nini is lucky. She was locked up in the basement by her father alone and survived by relying on snacks, candies and New Year gifts in the basement. By the way, Qianxuan also told him about what happened to Nini. Can superpowers really be affected by will? Qianxuan raised his eyebrows and also thought of Ping Xuan's matter. Qianxuan nodded. She was the only one who didn't feel particularly surprised about this matter. After all, she had learned before that superpowers were similar to illusions, pure spiritual abilities. In fact, there were traces of this before. Fifth brother, think about what strong thoughts you had when you awakened your superpowers. Qianxuan tilted his head, thought about it, and frowned. I think it was because the second level zombie moved too fast at the time, and I wanted to see his trajectory clearly. So, he awakened an ability similar to foresight. Qianxuan nodded. That makes sense. When I awakened my superpowers, I was very unwilling to become a zombie and wanted to survive. Therefore, my awakened superpowers have very strong healing power and are very targeted to the zombie virus, which allowed me to survive. Sasha didn't know what she was thinking about, and her face suddenly turned red, which made Qianxuan and Qianxuan very confused. But Sasha was very resentful at this time, and the villain in her heart was roaring. I just thought about it and wondered what Xuanxuan was wearing under his deceptive appearance. Isn't it because of this that I awakened such a wretched superpower of perspective? No way. By the way, how are you going to arrange Nini? Qianxuan looked up and asked. Hearing Qianxuan mention the arrangement for her, Nini looked up and looked at Qianxuan eagerly. Let her go to the eldest sister-in-law. Lingling is also there, and the two can be companions. After all, the eldest sister-in-law is a special forces martial arts instructor and can teach her according to her aptitude. Qianxuan thought about it and still felt that this arrangement was better. Qianxuan looked at her in surprise. Her ability is good. You don't plan to let her join your Falcon team? It's not that I haven't considered it, but she is too young now, and the Falcon team already has 4 children. It will be difficult to take care of more children. Let's talk about it when she is older. Moreover, their tasks are relatively hard and not suitable for Nana's current age. Qianxuan didn't ask any more questions, just raised an eyebrow and looked at her, and the conversation between the two came to an end. After breakfast, Qianxuan and Sasha took Nini to find Kang Ruofi, told her about Nini, and hoped that she could take care of her more. Looking at the cute Nini and hearing about her ability, the cheerful Qianxuan agreed at once and took the initiative to tease Nini. Although Qianxuan's temper is impetuous, she has always been very popular with children. After a while, Nini has become intimate with her. On the contrary, Qianxuan and Shashap, thinking of Nini's uneasiness and dependence on them when they came before, felt a little lost. In the next few days, the convoy started the journey to Qianxuan granary again. It is worth mentioning that after Nini, Qianxuan went out one night and brought back a child from a small village. This time it was a 9-year-old boy named Qianxuan, who was hidden in the rice jar by his mother at the end of the world. However, Qianxuan did not have the good luck of Nini and had enough food to keep him going until now. But fortunately, after the end of the world, he awakened a transformation ability that allowed him to turn into various dead things and escape the fate of becoming food for zombies. And every time there was a movement in the village and the zombies ran out of the house, he took the opportunity to come out and move some food into the rice jar so that he would not starve to death. Even so, when Qianxuan found him, he was so hungry that he had become skin and bones and could hardly maintain his transformation. Qianxuan and Wu once attached great importance to Qianxuan's ability and felt that it was very useful. Although his ability could not cause any harm to zombies at all, it played a very important role in collecting intelligence. Qianxuan even had a guess whether Qianxuan's ability could become a living creature after evolving to a high level, or even whether it could transform into a zombie. You know, the IQ of zombies is getting higher and higher. In the future, they may be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with humans or even surpass them. At that time, Qianxuan will be the best spy candidate to steal intelligence. Along the way, they also found that the weather was still getting hotter and hotter. When they left the city, it was only about 37 degrees, and it has been close to 40 degrees in the past 2 days. More and more people suffered from heat stroke and dehydration, which affected the progress of the convoy. Since the past few days, Qianxuan has been boiling mung bean soup and distributing it every day, and even the water supply has increased a lot. Anyway, they are not short of water. In the past 2 days, due to the weather, the government, Qianxuan, Hulang and Huxio held a small meeting during their rest. In order to ensure that the combat effectiveness when serving as a granary would not be affected, the four forces reached an agreement to change to traveling at night and resting during the day. At the same time, Qianxuan also held a meeting internally to discuss how much strength it would be appropriate to show outside after arriving at the granary this time. Because the 8 clans have always been relatively low-key, many people still suggested not to attract too much attention. But it was Wu Wan's who proposed that in addition to hiding the trump card this time, they could try their best to show their strong strength and give other forces a deterrent. At first, Wu Wanli and others felt puzzled and uncomfortable. Just like an introverted person, if you suddenly ask him to be flamboyant, anyone would feel uncomfortable. Later, Wu Wan's presented facts and reasoned, and gave them a specific analysis of the gap between the end of the world and the peacetime. Before the end of the world, you are inconspicuous, no one cares about you, and you can still make a fortune quietly. After the end of the world, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger will definitely not work, and you may really become a pig in the end. After all, the evil side of human nature is very common in this world. Seeing you low-key, they will only think that you are easy to bully, and everyone wants to come up and step on you. Although they are not afraid, it is too troublesome. Only by showing strength will people respect you, fear you, and dare not provoke you. In summary, the most suitable policy for them in the end of the world is, do things in a high-profile manner, and be low-key in life. When everyone heard what he said, they felt that he made sense, so they stopped objecting, and decided to change their previous behavior. Of course, the most excited person was Wu Wanhao, who didn't like to keep a low profile, and he was already gearing up for the future battle. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.